Be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hey, you're watching Poindexter.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
You are watching Poindexter. Thanks for the lights, Jay. Roger, Rose, and Call of Duty. I smell like onions, and you're watching Poindexter.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball! Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
On The Incredible Hulk. Florida Evans from Good Times hired Bruce Banner as a taxi driver. She didn't know that when he gets angry, he turns into a giant green monster and destroys lives and property. She doesn't run background checks or eat healthy. She's got a bad heart and has to take 9 pills every 4 minutes to stay alive. Bruce was concerned. She was like, shut your ass up and get to work, you cracker bastard. She was racist. Bruce was in a big city, driving a taxi, working 120 hours a week, making $3 a day, living the dream. Everything was going great until Bruce stopped at a gas station to get some Skittles and instead got his fingers slammed in the front door. He was instantly pissed, turned into the Hulk, ruined his clothes, killed a few people, and had to leave town. So in the next episode, he could do the same shit all over again, but in a new location.
The Incredible Hulk will not be presented this evening.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is great to have you with me in the lounge tonight. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Halloween time. That's right, we're having a good old time here in the lounge. We've been all around. We've been having a good time. I got the claws. I got the Freddy outfit. I am ready to go. I will be the man of your dreams. I will be the man keeping you up all night tonight. Or, you know, if you're someplace in the world where it's still daylight or whatever, hey, then lucky you. Lucky you. You get to watch the show during the day. Everybody else has to hit it on the replay or stay up late here in the States. But hey, it's great to have you guys in the lounge with me tonight. Very, very thankful for all of you guys. Very thankful that you joined us. And look, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. Don't worry about what they've told you. Don't worry about what the other people have told you about the lounge. The lounge is a place for you. Yes, you may have not thought the lounge is a place for you, but it is a place for you because it's a place where we can talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, if those are things that get you going, if those are things that get you dressing up, staying up late, maybe never sleeping again, then hey, you found the right place. Please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and join this growing group of nerds. You'll be glad that you did. All right. And then also, if you've been here for a while and you've been subscribed, please make sure you're still subscribed. You never know what might happen. I'm not going to talk too much about it because I heard that if I talk about it too much, then YouTube doesn't like that. And so they'll keep messing with us. So please just make sure. All right. Hey, it is good to have you guys here. So thankful for all of you guys. Thankful to everyone who watches the show. And of course, everyone who supports the show. Thank you to all of our Patreon members. So grateful to all of you for your love and your support. And we can't tell you guys enough. I can't sing your praises enough and tell you, whoops, I got stuff going on here. Thank you guys for all that you do. And of course, everyone who gives super chats, you guys literally are keeping the lights on right now. And my wife is very, very thankful to all of you for sure as I'm trying to find employment. So thank you to all you guys. You guys are awesome. And we're grateful to you all. And then, of course, thank you to all of the members. If the video plays, is it going to play? Is it playing? Oh, that's the wrong video. Oh, there we go. There's the members. I couldn't tell which one it was. There we go. There's the members. Thank you guys. Everyone who's a member. Man, we're over 60 members. That is freaking awesome. So thankful to all of you guys for all of the love and for supporting the lounge for sure. Now, we had a little bit of a thing. This last week, we were giving away this Batman The Long Halloween, and it is Halloween. So I think it's fitting that we give this away again, a second time. And you're asking, well, why are we giving it away a second time? Well, because our good friend Gary Lee Fowler, who won, he is not in the United States. And he realized, I think, that it was going to, I don't know why. I'm guessing it's because he realized it was going to cost us a little bit more to send it to him where he is. But so what he did was he donated it back to the lounge, said, hey, give it to somebody else. And so I would like to announce that we're giving this away again tonight, right now. And the winner of this is Rhea. Rhea, you have won the Long Halloween. Now, if you don't have a copy of the Long Halloween, now you do. If you do have a copy, we'll get you a consolation prize. Okay. So Rhea, you've won a prize either way. So just contact me. Let me know how I can get this to you. And Rhea, you have won. So thank you so much for being a member of the channel. We appreciate that. Remember, you can be a part of winning any one of our giveaways. All you have to do is be either a patron, you have to be a member, give a super chat of any kind, or give to the channel in any of the other ways that are listed down below in the description. It's just our way of giving something back. That's what we do, the giveaways. And every once in a while, we do some giveaways that aren't even related to that, but our main giveaways are for that. And so it's just our way of saying thank you for your support. And don't forget, we had moved on and we had a second giveaway, another giveaway. I have to say a second giveaway. We had another giveaway. This is our current giveaway, is our DC Multiverse Superman. So, hey, you can win something right away again. So, all right. Thank you guys. All right, so we are going to go ahead and start it. I'm going to bring our guests in, and then we'll say hi to the chat a little bit, and then we'll go on from there. How's that sound? First of all, ladies and gentlemen, he is in costume. It's going to be an evil night, I can see here in the Poindexter Lounge, because he's here all the way from the First Order. You got to watch out for this guy, especially if you're in upper management. He's gunning for your job, and he's not too happy. Also, if you're in the IT department, you may want to look out for this guy because he may be the problem that you're actually having. He's known to slice up a console or two when he gets angry. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kylo Ren, one of the Knights of Ren.
Okay, Boomer. I'm sorry I had your son killed.
Get over it, right? I mean, like,
I love that skit. It was amazing.
Seriously. And then also here to bust all the ghosts. He's going to bust them all because busting makes him feel good. Or at least that's what we're told. If my mouse will work.
Weird to me.
Yeah, it does. All right. But busting makes him feel good. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dial Vince. We promise we're going to let him talk tonight.
Hey, something strange in your neighborhood. You know who to call.
Right.
Well,
Huey Lewis.
he's here.
Oh.
So Huey Lewis and the news. Call Huey Lewis and the news.
Well, because
All
they
right.
sued him for that song.
I know. Isn't that weird? Like, why is it that like some people get sued over songs that make no sense why they got sued?
I want a new drug. How does that
Legal
feel?
rights, money, that's what it's all about, man.
I know it's just weird because like there's other songs that sound like identical and nobody ever gets sued, and then there's songs that like don't sound anything like the other song, and somebody gets a stick up their craw and they're just like, oh, I'm gonna sue for this, and it's like it doesn't even sound like it. I don't know.
Yeah, especially
Then get the power of love.
They get really well. They're off key, and it's like, nope, copyright still. Okay.
Word.
I'm worried about my Disney reviews because I sing in those, but I don't know.
Well, we might be having to find a clip of that. Holy cow! I didn't know that you were.
Oh, there's some material. Go ahead, check out my videos. We do sing a little bit in the beginning. It's not great. It's not great, because we do it well enough so we don't get copyrighted, but not horrible where people be like, okay, I'm turning off the video.
We don't sing off key too much.
I've had enough.
Right. just enough. We sing off key just enough. Yeah. All right. Well, hey guys, let's together let's say hi to our friends in the chat. Protoss X is here. What's up, Protoss X? Good to see you, bro.
Happy Halloween, or if it's still Halloween for you.
Yep. Anthony Beltre is here. Says, "What's up, Enosh? I hope WB don't make Jonathan Kent bisexual and Superman and Lois and Green Goblin new costume looks damaged from the last Superman or Spider-Man battle, I should say." We're going to take a look at that tonight. Brian says, it's a celebration. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, I should have sent me in the backstage. I was all dancing.
Hey. Party time. Excellent.
Busted out the sprinkler. Oh, it was smooth. You didn't even know.
Kylo Ren doing the sprinkler. I love it. I love it. Blake Taylor is here. What's up, Blake? Says, how's everyone doing? How's everyone's night going? Did you see the Jim Carrey as MODOK cast rumor? No.
So he's going to be.
How can he do that when he's stuck on the mushroom planet?
I mean, I don't hate that casting. I don't know about MODOK, but I guess I don't hate that casting though. If that's really where they go. I don't know. I hadn't heard that.
Robotnik and MODOK. That'd be interesting.
What's up, Mr. Anthony Grigsby? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Let's see. Andrew Casali's here. You know why Andrew Casali's here, right? Spider-Man news.
You might want to leave the stream, my guy, because we're gonna be saying some things.
Spider-Man news. I ain't got nothing negative to say.
I got some stuff. I got some stuff to say.
He's gonna be your worst nightmare, Casali. I'm telling you right now. Paul Smith is here. Says, hey, Enosh, hope you and the fam had a great weekend. We did. I'm actually going to record a couple of videos, I think, tomorrow, just for video's sake. But I watched the new Paranormal Activity movie. That was interesting. And I finished Titans. And that was interesting. And we just had a good weekend for sure. Says, what's up to my fellow Poindexter Lounge peeps? Let's have an awesome show. Let's do that. Whoop. And then, of course, StreamYard literally just like jumped way ahead because we were way behind. So I apologize if I missed somebody in that opener. Like it literally jumped way ahead. So I apologize if I miss you. I do not mean to. What's up, Antonio? Antonio says we're like a week away from Christmas, right? Yeah, like all the Christmas stuff went into stores
God.
like
soon
yesterday.
As November 1st hits. Oh, Christmas time, bitch! We didn't even get Thanksgiving. Chill out.
We didn't even put the pumpkins away yet.
Jeez, oh Pete. Darkside's mother is here. Says had a party last night. Let's just say I had a lot to drink.
At least you did it on a Saturday night.
Yeah, get it out on a Saturday night. Be done with it,
Supreme Leader Ren says, "Don't drink on a school night." Remember that.
That's true. You don't want to drink on a school night because
words to live by.
It just messes you up. just messes you up something fierce. I mean, you just also Darkseid's mother, don't tell strangers that you're home alone.
Is your mom there?
No, I'm home alone.
Well, you won a prize. What's your address?
42 Oak Street. Hey, Roblox, some stranger's bringing me a prize.
A stranger, huh? All he wanted to bring you was trouble. Remember, never tell anyone you're home alone, and never give anyone your address.
I'll say Mom can't come to the phone.
Smart thinking.
Now I know.
And knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe!
Now you know why I give these prizes away.
And knowing is half the battle.
Just so I can know where you live, so I can show up at your house.
Oh, no.
DC Talk with extend. Yeah, right. Like I've sent you a couple of things now. What's up, DC Talk with extended? Says what's up, Brian? DC Talk doesn't care about anybody else in the chat. He's just like,
it's all good, man. I said what's up to him. That was cool, man.
Exactly, that's good. Jeff Gladfelty in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you, bro. Let's see who else is here. Music Man in the house is that old dial-up, man. It's been ages since I heard that. I know, right? Oh, back when we had to pay per hour. Remember when like you only got so many hours of internet? Gosh, things changed quick, didn't they? I mean, things changed really quick, man.
It was before my time.
Those AOL demos.
I mean, long distance phone calls. Long distance phone calls. Having to pay for long distance, man. Like where it's like you tell people like, no, I can't call you tonight. I'll call you on the weekend.
Oh, wow.
Because rates were cheaper. Or even when we got cell phones, when it was like, hey, don't call me now. Call me after 9 p.m.
Actually, I remember that.
Sprint, 10 cents a minute.
10-10-220. 10-10-220, man. You dial that, and then all your calls are like 5 cents a minute, 10 cents a minute, Oh, my God.
1-800-COLLECT.
1-800-COLLECT. Yeah, right. Or I came across an old commercial for that I can't remember what it was for, but the guy is calling from the hospital and he's like, yeah, I'd like to make a collect call. Name, please. We got a baby. It's a boy. Remember that one?
I remember that.
We got a baby. It's a boy. And then the guy's on the other line. It's like his dad or something like that. And he's just like, oh, and he hangs up the phone. And the mom says, well, what was that? Oh yeah, that was John. They had a baby. It's a boy.
Yeah. Oh man.
Memories.
Would you like to accept the charges?
What's up, Keely Chow? I know, right? Yes. Yes, we're the Dream Warriors. There you go.
Dream no more.
The Dork Knight is here. Says, what does Zack Snyder's Justice League really have to do with Ava's New Gods being scrapped? All of Zack's New Gods was in 2017 and film was in development since 2018 after Zack already left. We're going to talk about it. What's up, Cherie? She says hello to her nerd fam. Always good to see Cherie here for sure. Hey, Ghost Faces, aka Darkseid's mother. Oh, it's Darkseid's mom still. Well, but my son is a better villain. Just saying, Freddy, Enosh Freddy.
Oh man, that hurts.
Captain James Biggins is here. Good to see the Biggins in the house. Always good to see the Biggins.
Sorry.
Rhea is here. That's right, Rhea. You won. So hugs back to you. We'll touch base and we'll get you that. Golden G's Productions. Golden G's Productions says, hey, Poindexter, new to the channel. # restore the Snyderverse. Heck yeah, we're going to restore the Snyderverse. We just don't care no more. We're
one brick at a time.
One brick at a time, man. Another brick in the wall. One brick at a time. Glad to have you here, Golden G's, for sure. Aaron Pritchard. I don't think I got that one. Aaron Pritchard. Good to see you. RJ is here. He's here in the chat, anyways. Maybe he'll stop by later. Usually we call him out of
He said
retirement.
something about an early start tomorrow.
Mask of Shy is here. Good to see you, Mask of Shy. Always, Mask of Shy is fire, man. I love Mask of Shy. Mask of Shy is a good guy.
Oh, dude, my ears are so crushed right now. Oh, sorry. I had these on underneath that helmet. It hurts so bad. It was like, I was like, sorry, I had to take it off. I was committed to the bit, but oh, jeez.
Yeah, you know what's funny about this? Lady Della says, Enosh, lose the hat and you'll look like you're dressed as Kurt Cobain.
Right? I'm so happy. Wrong color hair. Wig. No.
Right? Yeah. You know, it's funny because in this light, when I'm all lit up, when I was on Pop Culture Corner earlier, like I did kind of look freaky in the red light and everything. Now I just look like a hipster. Like,
right?
Yo, can I have my soy latte mocha frappuccino?
Oh, what do you got there? A copy of the Spin Doctors' last album. Why? Ironically.
Ironically. 1, 2, Prince is here before you. That's what I said now. I do like Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Pocket Full of Kryptonite's a good song.
They were a good band, man. They were a good, solid
Don't
band
think
there.
I can handle this cloudy day in Metropolis. I think I'll talk to my analyst. I don't know why I know all the lyrics to that. I got so bad for this little journalist. Drive me up the wall and through the roof. Well, I see clock in a telephone booth. I think I'm going out of my brain. I got it so bad for little Miss Lois Lane. Said, Lois Lane, please put me in your plan. You don't need no Superman. Come on downtown and stay with me tonight. I got a pocket full of kryptonite. It's a good song. That's a good song, man. It's still stuck in my head. I haven't even heard that song, dude, in like
years, man.
Years.
I'm surprised I remembered it. Like, I'm like,
dang. What's up, JP? JP says, look forward to a great show. Me too. Jay Money's in the house. Good to see Jay Money.
No, to explain Jay Money, yeah, that's why I said, "Oh my god, that hurts" when I was off camera. Sorry, I was like,
Brian, oh yeah, Brian going on camera and saying, "Oh god, that hurts." Oh my gosh, What's up, Tina Doze? What's up,
kayfabe?
Tina Doze, good to see you. All right. I think I got everybody. If I miss somebody, I apologize. Like I said again, we like to say hi to everybody. Gavin Cooley's here. I just saw Gavin Cooley. Morbius trailer dropping this week. I honestly forgot they were making that movie. I think they already made that movie. That movie's made, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What's up, Comic Book Fan 89? Always good to see Comic Book Fan 89 in the chat. Always good to see you all in the chat. We love you guys so much. All right.
Let's do this.
Let's do this. All right, let's jump in. Glad to see you all here. Vince, good to see you. Well, thank you, Vince. I do play in a band. You can find my band here on my channel called Waking Vegas. We got some music there. You can also find us on Spotify. You can find us on Apple Music. Find us on all the streaming services under Waking Vegas. You might have to go through a few songs of Katy Perry's because that's Waking Up in Vegas. We're just Waking Vegas. What's up, Daniel?
It's better than Fireworks.
I like Firework. That song? You don't like that song?
I like it.
Like plastic.
It just reminds me of that movie, The Interview.
Baby, you're a firework. Come on, show 'em what you're worth. I don't know that one so well. Make him go.
Did you shoot across the sky?
Oh, sky. Yeah, that's a good one. Daniel Martin here says, "Dial like what? What did I get myself into?" LOL.
Yeah, when you guys started singing that other song, I'm like, this sounds nice. I don't know what it is, but
you never heard Spin Doctors? Spin Doctors are good, man.
Man.
Spin Doctors. Are good. Yeah,
They
they
had
had the song Two Princes. Yeah, it was good stuff.
I guarantee if you hear a little bit of Two Princes, you probably have heard it before.
Jay Money, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah,
I actually have a 2 degrees of separation from Katy Perry. Yeah,
Oh.
Katy Perry. You know, a lot of people don't realize Katy Perry was a Christian singer back in the day. Her name was Katie Hudson, and the thing is her parents are they were ministers, and they used to come in the 80s and 90s stuff. They used to come to our church out in Vegas, and I never met them. I never met Katie or anything like that. But funny story, like all of my church family out there knows Katie. Like, I mean, they knew her as a little girl and growing up and everything, and knew her parents pretty well. And some of them still talk to her parents actually. And I shared that story. I'm in this thing called the Optimist Club, which is a group that helps kids, it like mentors kids, helps kids, and stuff like that. And so I mentioned that one day because we were talking about a bunch of stuff, and I just mentioned, oh yeah, like I got this, 2 degrees from Katy Perry. Well, then we were celebrating our 80th anniversary with the club, and we were trying to raise money. And like this lady who's part of the club, God love her, like I don't think she understands some things sometimes, because I wasn't saying like I know Katy Perry, right? But we were trying to raise money, and she comes to me and she's literally like, "Hey, maybe you could talk to Katie and like you can get her to donate some money towards our fund." And I'm like, no, that's not how that works. Right? And I explained, like, look, I don't know Katy Perry, like I was just saying, I know people who did know her when she was younger. And I swear, like, she kept coming to me going like, "Hey, have you talked to Katie?" I'm like, "No, no, I haven't. No, I have not. I have not. I wish. That'd be fun. Be a lot of fun to be able to talk to Katy Perry. We'd love to have her on the show." Right? So, Katie, if you're watching, and we know you probably are, we know you probably are. You never know.
Everybody.
You never know.
At least 500,000 views if that happens.
Blow my mind, man. If that'd be crazy. All right. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. A lot of fun stuff. So stay tuned. And you just might hear something that you like. All right.
We might say something later. Yeah.
So first of all, we're going to talk about this New Gods thing. This is interesting. It's an interesting story. I know people were asking me about it the last couple of days, and I was trying to wait until I actually had a chance to be able to sit down and actually talk about it. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, but I watched the clip where she said it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's all good. So I'm going to pull up the clip here. What are your first like thoughts of this?
Yeah, sour grapes, maybe. I don't know, but other than that, I just don't like the people who latched onto it and they're like, "Oh, this is all because of that," supremacist Zack Snyder fans that are just like, I'm like, bro, just chill. Ugh. I don't know. It's messed up because it drums up a bunch of just stuff that's, I don't know. It's not very cool.
What about you, Dio?
I don't know. I'm a bit confused by this because, like, I thought WB didn't care about what the Snyder Cut does. So for them to cancel it because of it, like, it makes it seem like they're concerned about it, even though they're trying to ignore it. As far as the New Gods thing itself, I do want to see a New Gods movie, but I was really I'm not sure about Ava DuVernay directing it. Not because I think she's a bad director, but I just don't feel like her style fits with these type of properties. And mainly because I'm going off of what she did with Wrinkle in Time, which was really, really bad. But who knows? This probably would have been better if she was able to work on it. But like, I was already skeptical about the project, so like, I'm not like super beaten up about it, but I'm also like, man, I did want to see a New Gods movie. But if we were, I don't think it was likely where we're gonna get Ray Porter to come back as Darkseid, because I would have been disappointed about that, but most likely they wouldn't have. So like, I don't know. I was conflicted about it. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Now Ray Porter has talked about him being friends with her and talking to her, actually, I guess, about, if I remember right, like talking to her about the project, but like not expecting, to be in the project, that she was doing. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's a weird. it's a weird thing. But let's hear from her here first, and then we'll read something, and then we'll kind of go from there and see what everybody thinks. So also let's do this right here. Load up for everyone. Yeah.
Loved New Gods, which is the project that got axed. The studio decided that they did not want to pursue a certain part of that comic world based on some things that were going on with another film in that world. So before I even was able to kind of complete my script with Tom King, they axed it. But I'd already had 2 projects going. Loved,
How long was she
New
working
Gods,
on it,
which is
though?
the project
Like,
I mean, I don't know, and
how
that's
long
where
was she in development with the script? Like years? And she's blaming it on the Snyder cut? Like, I don't get that.
Well, you know, like so for and so in all honesty, like because I see RJ talking about it right in the chat, like she doesn't seem like she's got sour grapes. She's kind of seems like she's just like it may be that she was just caught in the middle. I don't know. I mean, she might be upset about it, but it didn't like appear like this. She's like really mad about it here, but it is confusing. DL, I think you hit it. Like it's confusing to me because Zach's movie was like being done well before like this. Okay.
Yeah.
So and Zach, I mean, like if everything had gone according to plan, Zach's movie would have been in theaters back in 2017. Mm-hmm. Right. So like, I don't know how, I don't know how her thing gets canceled right away. Like that doesn't make much sense unless they're talking about because it came back, you know, like maybe they felt like, okay, we got Zach out of there. So Zach,
well, that's not the studio's fault, though. RJ, come on, man.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like if she honestly was working on it, right, and say like the studio was like, hey, good, we got rid of Zach, so now that's not going to have Darkseid in it. We can do this New Gods thing, and Ava will be able to do it. So if she's saying that, and it got up to that point, but then Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out. Zack Snyder's Justice League didn't go into theaters. You know what I mean? It's just only on HBO Max, and now we have, you know, a copy of it. But again, I've said it on a couple other streams because we haven't talked about it here yet. I said it on a couple other streams, and that is, even if we get Zack Snyder's Justice League, we shouldn't have anything to worry about because there's this thing called the multiverse, where if we can have 2, 3, I don't know, God only knows how many Batman are going to end up being in the Flash by the time it's done. It looks like we got at least 2 Flashes, who's the same guy.
Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, I mean, I guarantee you that Grant Gustin's going to show up at least in that movie, and we got Ezra Miller playing 2 versions of Barry, right? That we've seen, right? So so that's potentially 3 Flashes, 2 Batmans, and they're worried about a different movie having Darkseid in it. And second of all, anybody who knows New Gods knows it's not just all about Darkseid. Like even she said, like it's one specific component or person in that film, right? So
that's the thing. Do you think that they were worried about the uproar that would have happened if Ava went on to do this and it wasn't Ray Porter and it was a different design and stuff like that? Do you think they were like worried about that?
I mean, I don't know. They don't seem to be too much worried about like moving on from the Snyderverse when it comes to the Flash.
Yeah,
that's the perfect vehicle for it. They're like, yeah, let's push it so it goes away.
You know, I mean, unless they're just like, you know, hey, if we do this New Gods thing, unless they wanted to be able to connect it with something, and now they can't connect it with anything, because it's so far
at that
out
point,
there.
What does it matter though? Like, I mean, like you say, it's like it's the multiverse. What the hell? Like, there should be all sorts of movies. It should be like a salad bar. Like, I should walk up and be like, oh, I want some cottage cheese on my plate, you know? you know, a little bit of Suicide Squad. You know what I mean?
Right, like it's kind of all over the place. RJ says we have to keep in mind that Ava was working on 3 different projects right alongside New Gods. It was a priority, but her plate was full. Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be why. Like, she's not saying that here though.
But that's what I'm saying.
Oh, she's not saying I was busy.
I'm
Or
sorry,
there was
it's
a
not an
poss-
excuse for 5 years of like production hell or whatever. They couldn't even go to production. It was just rewrite after rewrite after rewrite. It's like, I get it, man, but if you're too busy, don't take the job.
Or was there a possibility that she was strongly considering Ray Porter's Dark Side and WB didn't like that? It was like, okay, cut that shit.
Now, see that right there is a really good point, right? Because if they have her wanting to use Ray and maybe springboard or maybe connect it with Zack Snyder's work, and they're wanting to move away from that, that could be a problem. That, I mean, it would be a problem. It would be a problem.
We never stopped to think about that.
Daniel here says, I never felt that New Gods movie was ever going to happen. I thought it was just another thing they threw out there. I don't believe it was ever greenlit. I mean, as far as we know, they were serious about bringing it to light. So there's that. I also had, you know, let's take a look at this article. Let's see if this article sheds any more light on this. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so we don't know that Ray Porter was supposed to be in New Gods. I don't think Ray ever expected that he was going to be in New Gods. You know, so I don't know. But let's take a look at if I can find it here. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Okay, so this says DC New Gods movie was canceled because of Snyder Cut. Says director. It's a screen rant. It says Ava DuVernay strongly implies that Warner Brothers canceled her film New Gods due to the narrative conflicts with Zack Snyder's Justice League. This is writer and director Ava DuVernay strongly implies that Warner Brothers canceled her DCEU film The New Gods due to narrative conflicts with Zack Snyder's Justice League. The film was first announced by the studio in 2018 and would have followed the titular characters of the same name who first made their debut in the pages of DC Comics in 1971. Coincidentally, The New Gods shared the same creator, comic book industry legend Jack Kirby, as Marvel's Eternals. Well, let's be fair. Jack Kirby didn't just create the Eternals. Jack Kirby created... I went when I was in Chicago this summer. I went to that Marvel exhibit, and the Marvel exhibit kind of ticked me off because I love Stan Lee. Stan Lee deserves a lot of credit, but Stan Lee was the rock star guy, and there was a lot of people who did a lot of stuff like that wasn't him, you know, and I don't feel that they all got the credit. There was like this huge display thing for Stan Lee. Stan Lee was all over the place. They had a video screen that was showing every thing, you know, every time he's been in a Marvel movie and everything. And literally all they had was this little tiny desk set up with a couple of pictures on it that said, "Oh yeah, and Jack Kirby helped." Like,
oh, that's messed
really,
up.
Really, and Jack Kirby helped. And then, like, as you went through the thing, it would say, "Hey, here's this character or that character created by Stan Lee or this person, that person." Oh, and Jack Kirby.
Yeah, literally, it's the Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak situation.
Right, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a Bill Finger kind of thing with Batman. It's like, oh yeah, you know, he was there too. You know, so it says, although the New Gods and Eternals exist in separate continuities owned by two rival companies, the books shared many thematic and aesthetic similarities, such as the titular characters of both franchises comprising an immortal race of god-like beings. Unfortunately, Warner Brothers announced earlier this year that DuVernay's New Gods would not be moving forward at the studio. While no explicit reasons were given at the time, some speculated that the narrative overlap between New Gods and Zack Snyder's Justice League may have played a role in the former's abrupt cancellation. Before DuVernay and Tom King could finish penning the script, Snyder had already incorporated many key aspects of New Gods lore into his new cut of Justice League, including the mother boxes, the anti-life equation, and arguably the most famous New God, Darkseid. DuVernay,
Everything he just said except for freaking was in the Justice League. Like the mother boxes were in Justice League.
Yep.
What
Yep.
the hell, man? Like,
right? Yeah,
God
no,
dang.
that's a really good point. They have mother boxes, the anti-life equation. The only and Darkseid is even mentioned.
Yeah.
So
They
yeah,
left
so
it
what the heck?
Probably because they left it so oblivious in the Joss Whedon cut that they can do whatever they want after that. Like they're not doing much from that version. So.
Yeah. But it says DuVernay may have subtly confirmed this theory in a recent interview with the Radio Andy show. She says Warner Brothers axed New Gods based on some things that were going on with another film in that world. At the time of writing, Zack Snyder's Justice League is the only film in the DCEU to have touched on New Gods lore to any substantial extent. As such, it's highly likely that the another film she references is Snyder's. And we checked out that clip already. Despite New Gods cancellation, Warner Brothers... Right. Yeah, right. Warner Brothers made it clear that the project would remain in DuVernay and King's hands if it were to move forward in the future. It seems that the studio is currently focused on fleshing out the most iconic heroes first. Really?
Are they?
Are they? Most iconic figures, huh? As evidenced by the upcoming slate of projects on Batman, The Flash, and Aquaman. That's the most iconic ones right there.
Yeah, not like
we
there's
got
a
Batman,
Trinity or anything. You know, there's no like Superman or Wonder Woman 84 was so great, wasn't it?
Yeah. Before expanding into their more esoteric cosmic lore, ideally the duo would return if the studio chooses to pursue the New Gods in the future. However, the studio may have dodged a bullet by scrapping New Gods. The review embargo for Marvel Studios' upcoming films Eternals recently lifted, resulting in what may become the DC or the MCU's first rotten rating on Rotten Tomatoes, given the similar subject matter between the two. No, what? Seriously? So if people don't like Eternals, then they would not like New Gods. Okay.
No, that's not the same thing.
That's not the same thing, guys.
That's
sorry.
not how that works.
No, look, I'll just say this again. Yeah, again, that's just kind of dumb. Look, if they were really trying to get the only thing that really makes sense with that, if they were really canning that, is that she wanted to go in a different direction, and they wanted to. The only thing that makes any sense about that is that they wanted to keep Zack Snyder's vision, because or she. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense because if she's going in a different direction, you would think that they would want that, actually, right? Because as far as everything we've seen and that they're concerned, Warner Brothers is not acknowledging the Snyder cut, right? I mean, as far as we know right now,
right?
So if she was going in a different,
yes,
yeah. So if she was going in a different direction, you would think that they'd be like, yeah, let's do that.
I think,
but like you said,
I'm going to put my
like you
hat
said.
on.
Okay,
my tinfoil hat's coming on right now. Like, maybe they're just using this as like a scapegoat, like kind of, hey, yeah. So Ava, the reason why we're cutting your movie off has nothing to do with the fact that you've been trying to write this movie for like 5 years. It's probably going to take you another like 5 years to get it ready, and we don't really have time to wait that long. Can you possibly speed it up a little bit? Oh no. Oh well, Zack Snyder is going to use. Oh yeah, it's his fault. Have a good day.
So you think
tinfoil hat off again?
So you think they canceled it because she was taking too long to write a script? Even when Black Adam,
well, I mean, honestly,
20 years to actually get development.
Yeah, Warner Brothers is like, hey, can you write a script? And she's like,
Welcome.
Okay. All I have to say about this, and this is something I tried to bring up earlier on another stream, but I think this actually makes a little more sense because it's more of a niche property as far as DC is concerned.
Sure.
I have no idea what New Gods is at all. I mean, other than being on here, and I know now, but asked me a year ago, I had no freaking clue. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people that are in that same boat. I think that's another reason that part of it played into it, because it's just not as, I guess they do that. And then they're like, here's a Blue Beetle movie. It's like, I don't know what their thinking is, but I'm just trying to add logic to this to somehow make sense of it all. It just, the only thing I could see is that they're just like, yeah, it's Zach. Sorry, if you're pissed, just go get mad at him. I get a lot of this out of it. Like, I mean, whether or not she took too long or whatever, but I'm just saying that might have been the excuse.
Yeah. Anthony, I don't know what his pay structure was for Justice League. I don't know, like, what he did. I mean, like, if he, he did work on it. So
I think everyone got paid from the theatrical version. Like even Zach got paid.
That's why. Yeah, because that's why Zach didn't he didn't take any money for coming back and doing the Snyder cut. So, so I'm sure that I'm sure that he got paid for that. But I'm not sure about the other. Golden G says, didn't DC say there's a multiverse, so why can't we have New Gods with Darkseid and have Darkseid with Snyderverse continue on HBO Max with Ben Affleck? 8-part miniseries and more. It's a multiverse. Mm-hmm. You're preaching to the choir there. You're preaching to the choir. Amen. Hallelujah.
It's a multiverse they don't want to make.
All right. Right. It's like it's a multiverse until it's stuff we don't want to talk about is basically what it is.
We're just going to sweep this under the rug.
Yeah, if it's stuff we don't want to talk about, then we're just gonna throw that up against the wall.
Today we're gonna be baking Nana's birthday cake recipe. First ingredient is egg, flour, icing. Combine all the ingredients into a batter, and there you have it. Ready?
Oh god.
Yeah, it's a multiverse. We don't want it.
That's literally accurate description.
Tasted the food.
It's
a waste of food. I know, Brian.
Is there a multiverse where that cake still lives
and is on your plate?
Like Earth 3?
It's literally an accurate description of how they're doing the multiverse.
I'm so hungry right now. You have no idea. Okay. I'm trying this whole don't eat after 8 o'clock thing, and it's somewhat working for me because my figure is slimming in my face. The camera doesn't show it. No, I'm just kidding.
I need to stop eating after 8.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's dark. Right. No, this is a weird situation. Like I said, I feel like I'm not mad at her. I mean, but it's a I've seen some people just be like mad at her, and act like, well, that she's, attacking Zack Snyder's Justice League. I don't feel like she's attacking Zack Snyder's Justice League. But at the same time, I don't feel that it's a good look either to complain about. I don't know. And I don't know if she's complaining about it.
She's just being honest.
Yeah. It seems like she's just being honest. She's just talking about it, but you got to know if you say something like that, it's going to set off, it's going to set off a bunch of stuff. Right. So, I mean, I see both ways. Because Anthony here asks, Enosh, what if AT&T canceled New Gods movie because it was not connected to Zack Snyder's Justice League? I can see that. Right. But again, if it's not connected and they're wanting to get away from it, why would they cancel that? Right? Like, why would you cancel something that's kind of going along with the way that you want to do stuff? You want to get away from the Snyder cut. You want to get away from Zack Snyder's vision. You want to move on. Hey, here's a New Gods movie that tells a different story, that has Darkseid in it in a completely different way. Right? Do that.
Right. He said AT&T, not Warner Brothers, because AT&T was more in favor with the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. But this comparing it to the Eternals, no, I disagree.
That
they
makes
didn't cancel
sense,
it
man.
because
They
of
just
Eternals.
canceled it because of Eternals.
I don't believe they just canceled it because of Eternals. They've had other films that are similar to DC films. I don't
saw
think
the writing on the wall. They knew they'd be crushed. Oh.
Yeah,
Lord
that's
Feige
what.
reigns
Yeah,
supreme.
yeah, right. The Flash.
Unfair,
They got the Flash going up against Black Panther next year. So yeah, good luck with that.
Oh boy,
I agree with
Kevin
RJ
Feige's
here. I
on
don't
the other end of the line. He's like,
can't cancel New Gods. Cancel New Gods, guys.
Yeah,
I swear I'm gonna put it right up against your film. I mean that film's been canceled now for a while.
I'm sure they feel pretty confident now since the ratings for Eternals aren't great.
Right. We're like, where's that New Gods movie? Come on, let's get that. Can we still get a New Gods movie? Got them on speed dial. You ready? You got one made already? Oh, it's got Zack Snyder all over it. No, never mind. Yeah. RJ, I agree. I don't think it's right to blame Snyder for this either. Like I've seen, I've seen some people, like people are just kind of losing their mind over this. And like I said, I've been contacted a lot over the last couple of days since this story dropped. And I just think that it's just stuff. She's just telling what happened to her. She's just talking about it. But people are taking it, as like this challenge that, look, Warner Brothers is going to Warner Brother. Warner Brothers is going to Warner Brother either way, right? So I wouldn't put it past that Warner Brothers has some kind of, weird dealings with it, but at the end of the day, we just don't know, and I don't think that there's enough here to get mad at her. I just don't. I feel like she was just wanting to make a movie. She was wanting to do the best that she could. And guys, that I don't know. We'll unless they bring her back at some point, we'll never know. I do think though that it took a long time for her to get that movie off the ground, if that's the case. And sure, yep. They never Warner Brother.
Nice.
No, they don't.
Nah, J Money. Listen, we talked about. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but no, that's why it's absolutely going to crush the Flash. Like the Flash has no chance if they don't move that movie against Black Panther. Look, because here's the thing. That movie now, Black Panther is not even. We talked about it on Pop Culture Corner tonight. That movie is no longer even about Black Panther. You know what that is?
No,
that movie doesn't have to have Black Panther in it. It's about literally the fans basically paying their homage and saying goodbye to the fictional character, but not just the fictional character, more saying goodbye to Chadwick.
Hashtag recast T'Challa.
Yeah. So that's what that movie is. And so the public is going to come out in droves for that movie, guys. Look, I want the Flash to be successful. I want it to be successful, but you put it up against Black Panther. No matter if it has Black Panther in it or not, it doesn't matter. They're going to do something. Everybody's going to be happy with it because it's Marvel.
Well,
and everybody is going under the guise of it's respectful not to recast. I agree with DL on this. I appreciate absolutely what Chadwick did. It's a tragic story. It's a tragic story. I understand the thinking behind it, but Black Panther was literally just getting his start. And it's very, very unfortunate that fans of Black Panther aren't going to get to see any more of T'Challa. So, but again,
I have a question. When is
the
Doctor
Flash is
Strange
going to
coming
be.
out?
When is Doctor Strange coming out?
Yeah, because it got pushed back a little bit.
2022. So I imagine that comes out somewhere near around there too. So there's two multiverse films with Spider-Man and Doctor Strange that are also coming out somewhere around that movie as well. So ouch, Flash.
I've been saying it that by the time we get to that, let's see. I think that this is the. I hope that this is the update. I don't know. I'm seeing it. I remember that it did, but this is saying now expected May 6, 2022.
Yeah.
So I thought it might have gotten moved to June, but maybe not. I don't know. Okay, so but here's the thing.
Anthony, I don't care if Feige says no to recasting. That's the wrong choice. I'm sorry. That's a wrong choice. Feige.
No, it really is. It really is.
Yeah. So the thing is,
somebody else.
Yeah. So the thing is that by the time we get to the Flash, Marvel will have already been knee deep and past, man, in their multiverse story. So there's going to be so many people that are going to say, well, DC's just copying. Now we know that they're not just copying because DC's been talking about doing this for a long time. But like I told RJ before, Feige is a jerk. Now, when I say Feige's a jerk, I'm not meaning that Feige's just a bad person. I'm saying Feige is a smart businessman, and he's going to do what he's got to do. And anybody who tries to tell you, oh, Feige doesn't care about showing up DC, Feige wants everybody to be successful. Feige, the business guy, is smiling on the outside, doing all these interviews going, yeah, I like DC, and I want DC to do just as well. On the inside, and I guarantee you, working on those movies, he is like, yeah, baby. Yeah, they ain't got nothing. Right? So, yeah,
Feige knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, Feige is definitely on it, man. He's on it right now. And so let's see, J Money says I have no interest in Black Panther without T'Challa. The character is way too important for it not to be recast. I hated the decision they made not recasting. He says,
and if people are so worried about emotions being too much, then push it back. Let Chadwick's death just simmer for a little bit, so people won't be high on emotions. They shouldn't be releasing this movie so soon. But they have a plan. They got to stick with it.
Golden G's, you must have saw my TikTok video. It says, hey guys, don't know if you heard, but the hierarchy of power in the DCEU is changing, says The Rock. From what, Harley Quinn? I say the same thing. From what? Who is it changing from? Literally, we don't know who Superman is. We don't know who Superman is. Ben is in the Flash, but we don't know what his role is or if that's his curtain call. Wonder Woman has another movie that's coming out, but after Wonder Woman 84, that's kind of suspect.
What DCEU are you talking
about? So that's great, Rock, but I keep saying, if he doesn't fight Henry Cavill Superman, if you pit him against any other Superman, it ain't going to matter. It literally doesn't matter. I don't care about it.
But Superman.
Yeah, I just don't care, man. I just don't care. It
so
just
Black
is.
Adam goes against J.J. Abrams' Black Superman. Yeah, I mean, I won't care about that. Fuck that. But
Now, RJ, I think you have too much of a I don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't understand your point of view. And I'm guessing you're talking about The Rock here. I don't think he purposely. Oh wait. No, you're talking about Feige. So you're saying I don't think he purposely has the mindset of going in to destroy DC. Blame WB for not putting up the fight. They could try harder, but they don't. They're not a well-oiled machine. I'll agree with you on that. The only thing though is Feige knows exactly what he's doing, dude. Feige wouldn't be making some of the decisions. And by the way, Brian had to leave. Thank you, Brian, for being here tonight, man. We love you, bro. We love you, bro. Yeah, no. Here's the thing. Feige knows exactly what he's doing. He's a businessman. He ain't going about this like that's the point. You don't win by your competition, doing well. And he wants to win this. He definitely wants the MCU to be the biggest thing. So these people say stuff publicly all the time, DL, that isn't their reality, Feige wants he wants MCU to crush it. And look, they have. People are buying into it. I don't always think that it's the best thing. I don't always think that it's the best presentation of even those movies. But what are you going to do? Right? I mean, people just love that stuff, man. They're just eating it up. So
yeah, they can do no wrong. There's no blemishes on this on their face. I guess I don't know.
It'll be interesting to see how the Eternals turns out. Right? Yeah. The tomato score is one thing, but we all know that really means nothing. That the critics, I just don't care about. So go see the film.
Many times, like we end up enjoying Marvel films that most people will be like, I don't like it. So
yeah. Marcus Cruz asks, Enosh, do you think Fantastic Four will be 2003 or 2023 or 2024?
Didn't they announce it was 2023?
I think the movie got announced. I haven't seen anything. Oh, come on, my mouse has stopped working again. It's got power. It's just not working. Oh, there we go. Okay. See what's Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah, I don't think it was actual. They actually had like a date, but I think they was like trying to aim for 2023. I think.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to Fantastic Four movie Disney.
No, they do 2024. I'm sure they could take advantage of the marketing, be like, oh, they're 4 and 24.
Okay, Fantastic Four film. Let's see. It looks like. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing anything on it. I'm not seeing the date on it. I got the page pulled up here, but I don't see where they have the announced. But it says it'll be the 11th. Okay, hold on a second. So it says it'll be the 11th and final installment of Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So if it's going to be at the end of Phase 4, yeah, I don't know. Here's the wiki.
I have a feeling it'll probably be 2024 because I think they already have a bunch of movies coming out 2023, don't they? Because they have Ant-Man, they have the Marvel.
Yeah, and they moved some stuff back too. So, I'm not even seeing a proposed date here on the wiki even. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So I don't know. I feel like they'll probably wait as long as they can. Because if it's at the end of all that, yeah. I don't think it's going to be 2022.
No, that's way too soon.
No, that's way too soon. So, it looks like it. Yeah, I would say probably if I had to take a guess, I would say either the end of 2023 or beginning of 2024. if they go, or maybe mid 2024. I don't think it'll go out to 2025 though. I don't think that
they're not gonna wait that long.
No, I don't think that's a good idea. Yay! Captain Marvel 2 is coming out in 2023 now. Yay!
Yay!
Maybe they can find another Avengers movie to prop it up against. They'll make another $1 billion. Oh
my god!
Yeah, like I hope the best for it all. Like I'm looking forward to the Fantastic Four film. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do going forward with more of these characters. The Eternals, I didn't really care about until they started getting the bad score, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe this is something.
Yeah.
But but who knows? To be honest with you, they don't really have a they don't really have anything yet for it. So, all right. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, New Gods. I don't blame her. I definitely don't blame Zach. Blame Warner Brothers. Yeah. Cherie, I am going to watch Eternals. Am I going to run out and spend a bunch of money on it right now? No. I'm going to wait. I may not see it right away. I'm waiting for Spider-Man. To me, Spider-Man is the next one that I must see. Right? I must see Spider-Man.
At this point, yeah.
But but we'll see how that goes, and I may wait till some of my friends see it to kind of get their opinions a little bit, and then I don't know, not even that I need really their opinions. It's just more really I wasn't really super excited about the movie to begin with. Mm-hmm. I know that there's some who are just absolutely fantastically overjoyed with it. DL, they're giddy. They're giddy, man. They were waiting for this film, and I'm just like, okay.
Okay. Chloe Zhao, man, got Chloe Zhao in a Marvel film. Gonna be the greatest thing ever.
Like I said, I'm not a fan of Angelina Jolie's. I just kind of gets on my nerves, and then also I'm also not a fan of Salma Hayek, which I know is a hot take for a lot of people because a lot of people love Salma Hayek. But
do people really love Salma Hayek like that?
Dude, they like to look at Salma Hayek. That's the thing. There's some people it doesn't matter how much of an actor they are or aren't. They like to look at somebody. That's it.
I guess.
I know.
No, Angelina Jolie. I'm a fan of Angelina Jolie, but I understand why you're not a big fan. She has some questionable roles sometimes.
Yeah. Marcus Cruz is, I think, right here. It says, this means X-Men in 2025 or Secret Wars. We talked about this tonight over on Pop Culture Corner 2, and I know that people don't want to hear this, but look, Secret Wars, I don't know that I'm even looking forward to Secret Wars, because Secret Wars, I feel, is going to be another Civil War, where it's Secret Wars in name. They'll hit a couple little things, and then that'll be it.
You think they're going to try and shoehorn it into one of the standalone movies, or you think
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel like Secret Wars is going to be they may cross over a couple of movies, but I don't feel like it's not going to be a phase, which it should be.
Yeah.
To me, that's a big enough story that you do that's a phase all to itself, but
but let's say the same thing for Ultron, Infinity War, Civil War, Ragnarok, but
maybe this will be the one, man.
This will be it. This was it.
This will be the one. Let's see here. Integrity says, Enosh, don't forget to download Superman Redeemed. Oh yeah, I gotta look that up. Yep. By A Digital Man. Yeah, we watched, for those of you who missed it, we just watched Superman the movie, the 3-hour edition, the other day or yesterday. We did that watch party. If you have the 3-hour edition, you can link it up with us and watch it with our commentary on YouTube, or you can go to Twitch because it's still up on Twitch and find it and actually watch the film with us.
What's the 3-hour edition?
It's the TV. It appeared on TV with like a bunch of. It was weird, dude, because I've seen that movie so many times in my life. I got the 3 versions that are already out. This is the 4th version I think I have of this, and because they've made all kinds of different versions of it, and each one's a little bit longer. Added a little bit something else. And so I've watched this movie so many times. Watching it on Saturday, it was weird because it was like, oh, hey, wow, this is a whole scene that I've never even seen before. Like there's a scene where Lex Luthor has tigers in his place underneath there, and Otis is feeding them like a side of beef or something like that. You don't see them, but you hear them like growling and tearing and eating the beef. And then at the end, he's literally going to feed Miss Tessmacher to the tigers, and she's like all tied up, and he's making Otis lower her down into the pit with the tigers. And he's like, Miss Tessmacher, I don't want to do it, but I have to. And like, you see her disappear, and then all of a sudden you hear rah, 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 and then all of a sudden here comes Superman up with her out of there. And then that's apparently when he went to go get Lex and take him to jail. And Superman looks at Lex and says something, and then says, Miss Tessmacher, your mom says hi. Because he saved her from the missile, right? So it's weird seeing a movie like that you haven't ever seen that before. But it's 3 hours, man. It's 3 hours, but it's good. It's good. There's only one scene that I thought was like just extra and just long. Is you know how they have the remote control car that flips over and they do like the fake car crash and stuff. The vigorous chest massages. They show them with that remote control car for way too long. I mean, it's like an eternity. They just keep showing angle after angle of the car just driving down. And it's like it's coming towards them, and then it's driving past them, and then like they're controlling it here, and then Lex takes it away from Otis, and that's way a little too much. But other than that, man, it's the whole thing is pretty good. The whole thing is pretty good. I dig it. But see, RJ, look. I'm not saying she's a horrible actor. Okay. There's been a couple of things I liked her in, but even if she's in some great movies, was she great?
Yeah, I never
movies.
Seen a great performance from Salma Hayek.
She's beautiful. Like when she was in From Dusk to Dawn, she looked great. What is it? Her acting? Like, because I just saw her in the Hitman's Bodyguard's wife.
Oh,
I loved the first, the Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. Yeah, the Hitman's something like that. Yeah, whatever. Look, I loved that first film. That first film was awesome, and she was in it just a little bit. She's in it way too much because the movie's basically about her, and she ruins that movie for me. She absolutely ruins that movie for the sequel for me. It ruined it for me, and I was just like, oh my god! Like halfway through it, I'm just like, oh, I don't want to watch this anymore. Like in the first one, I was just like, I loved it. I was laughing my butt off. I loved Ryan Reynolds. I loved Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah, not that one. Not that one. Am I weird though? Like, what has Angelina Jolie really done though? Like she was in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I like that film.
Yeah. Those bad Maleficent movies.
Okay, I like Maleficent 1. I haven't
seen Maleficent 1.
Okay, I like Maleficent 1. I'll give you that. I'll give you guys Maleficent 1. The only reason I won't give you 2 is I haven't seen 2 yet.
In the movie, granted, she was not bad in the movie. She was actually perfectly cast. Like that's the one person I think of. That's Maleficent, but
Yeah, but like the other films that she's been in, I mean, like
Tomb Raider.
I'm sorry. Both of them seem to be people who may be in some good movies at some times, but I don't think that anybody's judging them on their talent. Okay. Just saying. I don't see them like they're not demanding roles that you know, and demanding paychecks that, you know, are, you know, but yeah, I mean, look, I know she was in From Dusk to Dawn, but was she the main focus? She was the girl, right? You know, I don't know, man. It's, I don't know. I don't know, RJ. I hope so. RJ says Secret Wars is their next Endgame style event. That's not something you're gonna shoehorn in. LOL. Some of these stories and
shoehorned in
villains
Civil War, so why
don't
do you
need.
expect something different?
He said it. Yep.
Not taking it back.
He said it. He said it. He ain't wrong. Golden G's production says, man, we get new CW shows. I like Arrow and Flash, but why does DC create these bad TV shows and we can't get Man of Steel 2? Because they're cheap.
Easy to make.
Yep. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Hold on, I'm not even there yet, man. March Cruz says, Enosh, come on. All Marvel heroes will be in Secret Wars, mutants, Inhumans, Spider-Man, symbiotes, everything.
Yeah, okay. We'll see.
They're gonna bring back Inhumans. That'll draw the crowd.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that'll draw, man. That'll draw, man. Dude, we played that. Oh, so Golden G's is funny because at the end of when we got done with the film, I actually played that over on Twitch too because we don't get the copyright thing over there. So yeah, I played the how it should have ended where he comes back and he's like, "You mean these missiles? You deranged maniac." Let's see. Check Twitter DM. Play last minute. Okay, I'll look that up here. Hold on a second.
Had to bring up Shark Tale. Like I don't
look. What?
Angelina Jolie and Shark Tale.
Come on.
No.
Come on.
Absolutely not.
Hackers, Girl Interrupted. Maybe Girl Interrupted. I mean, but
Salt. She was pretty solid.
She was in Salt. Yeah, she was solid in Salt. Yeah.
Civil War is not better than BVS. Shut up, RJ.
Oh dear God! Did he just go there?
He just went there.
Oh yeah, Kung Fu Panda. Yeah,
Kung Fu Panda. Yeah.
Because everybody cared about her in Kung Fu Panda.
She was really good in Kung Fu Panda.
It wasn't about Jack Black at all.
I mean, yeah, it was about Jack Black, but she was still a really good character in that.
RJ, if you were here, I would fight you tooth and nail.
Yeah.
You know what, RJ? No
handicap match, my guy.
Yeah, RJ. No. You'd be in a whole lot of hurt.
And that's the exact sound you'll be making.
Yeah, that don't work. Okay, let me see what somebody sent me here. So 187. Let's see. Just go to the last minute. All right, hold on a second here. That's a 10-minute long video. Hold on a second here. Okay, so we're gonna get at the 9-minute mark. Okay, so this is the okay, I see what this is. All right. This is the this is Feige, the Phase 4 presentation. So let's see what this is about.
Honor the legacy that Chad helped us build through his portrayal of the King of Wakanda. We want to continue to explore the world of Wakanda and all of the rich and varied characters introduced in the first film.
You're making a mistake, Feige.
We'll bring the film to you in theaters July 8th, 2022. And finally, I'm happy to announce a film about one of the truly iconic Marvel families. In fact, Marvel's first family, Fantastic Four. We're working on a feature now, and it will be directed by the director of our recent Spider-Man film, JON. We've got a lot in store at Marvel Studios, and Disney Plus is key to the interconnection and expansion of the MCU. It will be home for both our feature films and our series for years and years to come. Since Marvel first joined Disney...
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's fine. You know, I just don't think that, you know, to say that it transcends like everybody and anything that's ever happened before, like he's the only one that you wouldn't replace. I don't know. I don't know.
Like this is really like setting. I'm going to say it. It's really setting a bad precedence with films if audiences are just going to let the actors overshadow the role. You know, this has been happening so many times, and it's like you're not allowing the film to tell the story in a way that it needs to, because people are too attached to the actor. The actors are not the character.
Yeah. Yeah, but I can't agree with you, man, about Civil War being better than BVS, dude. That's just, look, a Civil War is fine. I don't have
I can see this. I can see that Civil War being better than the theatrical cut. Okay,
yeah,
but yeah, the Ultimate Edition. No.
Now see, okay, so here, Marcus, one of my problems, and this is just us all talking, like having fun with it, but like one of my problems with Civil War is the airport fight, because it's not a real fight.
No,
like it's almost like they all knew we were watching them and they wanted to look cool, and so they all staged like a, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like when you go to Disney and they do a stage show and like everybody's out like doing their thing, right, and stuff like that. That it looks cool, right? You're happy. The kids go home happy. Everybody's happy because you saw all your favorite characters and everything. But yeah, Antonio, it was a playground fight. Like,
yeah,
that's just, you know, I'm sorry. Nobody's ever going to change my mind on that, because I've seen it and I've experienced it many times, and I like the film, but that part and the end, I mean, we talked about that a little bit tonight too over on Popcorn.
So dumb. Oh my god!
But you know, did you know that it was almost completely different?
Now I want to hear about this. I want to know about this.
It was almost a different ending. What a great transition. Thank you, RJ. Thank you, RJ, for helping me transition into our next topic tonight. I need to be keeping tabs on the times so that I can go back and clip these things and like put them into segments. So there we go. Yeah, so I can upload them later. So all right, so we took an hour and 30 minutes. So there you go. All right. Oh, hey, real quick. Jeff Glaffelty with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Jeff. You're awesome, bro. Thank you so much. Says, I always go with the Batman. It's a good choice, man. It's a good choice. Good choice. But, you know, they always keep recasting Batman, too. You know, keep him fresh. Mm-hmm. Anyways, all right. So, so this story was kind of interesting. Captain America Civil War alternate ending revealed. A new book about Marvel Studios reveals an alternate Captain America Civil War ending, which saw the Avengers reassemble to fight Zemo. Captain America Civil War almost had a different ending that saw the Avengers reassembling. Marvel Studios' big screen adaptation of the Civil War comics narrative, which it wasn't, had a few key differences to its print source. A few. It doesn't even resemble its print source. It doesn't even resemble the comics, except for you call it Civil War. Like, There's so many things that happen in that comic, in the comic series.
Oh, but it's Captain America versus Iron Man, and Spider-Man's in it.
Same thing. Instead of, I know we're being a little facetious, and like we're kind of hitting Marvel a little bit, so I apologize. We're just having fun, but but it's just me and DL, and there ain't nobody here to come at the other end. So that's what you're gonna hear. Like if it was any other night, you'd hear somebody else talking the other end. It says instead of the Superhero Registration Act, it introduced the Sokovia Accords, which would have had all enhanced individuals regulated by the United Nations. Steve Rogers, Chris Evans was against it, while Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. was willing to sign the treaty. But while this was the initial source of their conflict, things became more personal by the third act of Captain America: Civil War. Iron Man eventually decided it was best to patch things up with Captain America after discovering that Bucky Barnes was framed by Baron Zemo. However, the truce only lasted for a short time, as Tony was confronted with the fact that the Winter Soldier had killed his parents. To make things worse, he learned that Steve had purposely hidden the information from him, resulting in an intense and serious fight that lasted for several years and split the core Avengers team. With Earth's mightiest heroes broken up, an opportunity for Thanos, Josh Brolin, arose to attack Earth while the Avengers were scattered around the globe. However, had things panned out differently, Captain America: Civil War could have had a different ending, as revealed in the story of Marvel Studios, the making of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Marvel Creative Committee wanted Marvel Studios to change the film's ending. Instead of a finale that saw the Avengers still broken up, the committee vetoed the idea and insisted that the studio reassemble the team at the end of the film to fight Baron Zemo and his squad of super soldiers in the film's final act. This was at the point in Captain America: Civil War's development that directors Joe and Anthony Russo almost quit the project. In the same book, the Russos revealed that after learning that the pair were contemplating leaving, Marvel boss Kevin Feige talked to then Disney chairman Alan Horn about the situation, and fortunately, the company executives sided with the directors. This not only allowed the Russo brothers to make the film they intended to do, but it also eventually freed Marvel Studios from the influence of the now defunct Marvel Creative Committee. In hindsight, Captain America: Civil War's canon ending is much better than its alternative. Had the Avengers simply reassembled after their movie-long conflict, the story would feel underwhelming and without any stakes. What's more, viewers have already seen the proposed third act a few times in the MCU in the generic third act battle. That characterizes so many action films. Changing the ending of Captain America: Civil War changing the ending of Captain America: Civil War ending would also have significant ramifications in the wider MCU. The Avengers split was integral to Avengers Infinity War's story, and not pushing through that would also altering the 2018 ensemble film and its direct sequel, Avengers Endgame. Considering the fact that the Russos were ready to quit, if the threequels film was changed, it's safe to say Marvel Studios would have had to wrap up the Infinity Saga without the filmmakers and had a considerably different and likely less successful finale on their hands. So what do you guys think of that? All the Marvel fans in the chat tonight. I'm interested to hear what you guys think of that. That you almost got even a shorter conflict, which I mean, can you imagine like an even shorter conflict than what we got? I mean, that's one of my my complaints anyways. RJ says, I would have hated the Avengers reassembling in the same movie. You needed the weight of them breaking up to be felt by the end. Them being apart played a huge role in why they failed in Infinity War. I agree with that. I agree with that.
I agree with that. I don't have a problem with them staying broken up by the end of Civil War. It's just I personally felt how they executed it was done so clunky So it's just like I know they had to get, they had to set this up for Infinity War, but just the way they did it, I just didn't like it. With them, though, I did feel it was really weird that they were leading us on to believe that they were going to fight these other Winter Soldier things, and then they just completely drop it for this Deus Ex Machina BS. Like, oh, I have the footage of Bucky killing his parents, and I hope that they find this location so I can show them that. I hope nothing else happens where they have to go somewhere else, because if they don't come over here, my plan doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then even if they do come to this location, I hope Iron Man reacts the way I want him to. I pray to God that Captain didn't have a conversation with Iron Man about what Bucky did to his parents before this happened. Because if he did, my plan would not work very well.
Yep.
Okay.
Look, okay, so RJ's going to move the goalposts on us a little bit now.
All right.
He's going to bring up something that and every time we've ever talked about this, RJ's never said this. Okay, so here we go. RJ says Civil War as a comic book storyline is severely overrated. People remember it because it featured their favorite heroes fighting each other and Spider-Man revealing his identity to the world. And those are huge things, RJ.
Yeah, those are huge ramifications.
Those are huge ramifications, bro. Like, look, I'm not saying it was all perfect. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that it's interesting, though, that you've never brought that up before. Like, that's never been in your defense of when we've talked about Civil War, like, being problematic, right? So I'm all for having a conversation about that, but, like, you got to admit, like, they used the Civil War name because they knew it was going to get them views. They knew it was going to get people in those seats because it said Civil War, and people knew what Civil War was. The fans knew what Civil War was. So
it's like my whole thing is like, because I do know people that aren't huge fans of the comic, and that's fine. And even me, I don't love the comic, but I do think it's an interesting story. But the fact that they thought this was the best alternative for a live action adaptation, that's what's insulting. I'm not expecting this to be straight up like the comic, because at this point, they don't do that. And like, it would be boring if they just did it straight up verbatim like the comic. But for the fact that they took this huge storyline and just put it in a Captain America film that's like 2 hours and almost only 2.5 hours to tell that whole story, and it's not like it just for people being convinced that this is the best alternative they could have done. No, I don't think so. Like, that's my whole thing. Like, I'm not expecting things to be exactly like the comic, but try harder to adapt it. Like, make it better. This is not better. This is Civil War in name only.
Yep.
They hodgepodged a team for Captain America and a team for Iron Man and had them fight and be like Civil War. That's not even a civil war. That's a civil dispute. Like, what are we doing? Oh.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. And like I said, it just, this wouldn't have been any better. I'm glad that this didn't happen because at least we got what we got, where there was some semblance of a fight. But I never even really felt that so much. No, Hulk. Look, everything doesn't have to be like the comics. Absolutely not. But this is my concern. I know it's DL's concern and some others that we've talked to. Nobody's saying that it has to be like the comics, okay? But we got to admit when they obviously have pulled certain names of comic storylines, making people think that that's what they're going to get. Now, in the end, it hasn't hurt them yet because there's some people who just don't care for some reason. When it comes to the MCU, people don't even question that. It's interesting. But
Yeah, they question everything else in media that is slightly different from the original source material. Anime.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So now
novels. Right.
Yeah. So literally we'll go after everything else. Gallia Productions with the $2 super chat says, and you didn't invite me, WTF. Now here's the thing, I was going to invite him, but he had sent me a thing last night saying, because I didn't go live last night, and so he said he couldn't go on last night, and so I forgot that it wasn't tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel. Well, he's got a different name here for on here, so we'll call him whatever he wants to be called when we bring him in. All right, but someone new to the channel, Gallia Productions, how are you, sir?
Ta-da! Here I am. How am I sounding, guys? Am I sounding
You sound just
good?
fine. Yeah, you sound just fine, man.
That's cool. All right. I didn't think you guys would have me on. I was just kind of, I was like hedging my bets, but Enosh, you've gained my respect. You've actually done it. Well, there you go. Well, I'm on here. It's nice to meet you, Enosh. Again,
nice to meet you too, man.
I disagree with you on a lot of stuff, but you know what? These are fucking comic book movies. There's stuff like that. There's stuff to get angry about, but getting angry over comic book movie discussion, it's not fucking worth it, man.
No.
I'm just I can't, if I'm being completely honest with you, I would rather slit my wrist and talk about the which Spider-Man is the best, and I'm just kind of over it. I don't care. You can have whatever Spider-Man you want, you can have whatever Batman you want. Can we just be adults about it, and we have to call people names and stuff like that? But
we never do that around here. We get into our fun back and forth and stuff.
Or twice. I've seen every episode. Every now and then I see Enosh.
Well, RJ we give a little bit of a hard time too, because RJ's like Mikey, back in the day with Life cereal. RJ just likes everything. If you just
you know what? I'll take RJ any day, and he hasn't. And I'm trying to get him on my YouTube channel because I have a lot of scoops. Actually, I'm in LA right now. Actually, I got a lot of film connections. Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. So yeah, do you guys want me to talk about this, or do you want to go any more depth, or are we gonna move on to another topic?
Well, this was just all we had for this one. I mean, unless you got some, a thought on this, like having an alternate ending other than what we saw, on here. I mean, this is what we brought you in.
Oh yeah, this is actually from the Marvel Studios book, actually, which I've actually read. I got a copy of it from a buddy of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, if you read the book, it's kind of crazy. Like all the shit, it actually goes into like real details, of everything that's happened to Marvel and stuff like that. Like, it's pretty detailed there, like all the production issues and stuff like that. That's kind of ballsy to do, man, especially like a big company like that. So I kind of give him props for that. And speaking of Civil War, it's actually probably one of my favorite of the Russo brother films. I think it's pretty well put together.
Okay.
Fight me on it if you want. If you disagree with me, that's cool. Come at me, Ghostbuster something. I'm sorry. Come at me. You're free to.
Ghostbuster
But-
D,
Wait, what?
You. Guy in the middle.
I'm sorry. I missed it. What did you say?
I said I like Civil War. Come at me. Come at me.
Yeah. I mean, no, that's perfectly fine. I know it's a lot of people that enjoy it.
That's okay.
That's
Don't
all
worry
right.
about it.
But I just have problems with it.
That's cool, buddy. No worries. I'm just giving you some shit there. I like to give people shit, so it's all good.
He's coming in hot. He's coming in hot.
Coming in hot, buddy. I'm coming in like a meteor shower. Just
coming in Sonic style.
Exactly. Yeah. No. I mean, that's cool and all. I mean, like, I don't know. Civil War for me, like, I thought Civil War was a movie that looked great.
Yep.
I felt like it had a lot of potential in it. It's just weird though, because I never really felt at any time watching the movie like there were any high stakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I never felt that like these people were actually mad at each other, like that they actually had a reason to be angry at each other. And I feel like it was really, and it's pretty obvious because it's pretty much Cap and Iron Man the entire time. Cap and Tony they're just mad at each other, and so like everybody else just kind of falls in, and they're like, okay, we're gonna fight each other anyways. It'd be like literally like RJ being in here,
And like RJ and I aren't at odds. You know, RJ we fight, but like
it kind of sounds like you guys are.
No, I know, but no,
like Easter eggs
because
RJ.
RJ fights like hard for the stuff that he likes, and that's fine, and I love that. I love that. That's what makes the lounge so great. It's like we come together, we have disagreements on stuff, and then you know what, we all hug each other, we go away, and that's the whole point of this nerd discussion.
Well,
but cool. it would be like we're talking about this right now, and half the panel, you know, like agrees with RJ, half the panel agrees with me, but none of the panel really is committed to it and doesn't really care. Like they're kind of like you, like I really don't care. I don't want to argue about Spider-Man. I don't care about it. It's not really at the top of my list of things to get into, but yet everybody on the panel goes after everybody.
Yep.
Right. But then like they're really like having these side conversations in the private chat. Like, I really don't care about this. Like, why are we even talking about this? Why are we even fighting? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. This is all Enosh and RJ. Like, you know, like why are we in here? You know? And that's how I just feel like the whole movie goes is that like none of the other Avengers really care. And they're not really fighting. And they even talk about that they're not really fighting. And the one guy who does get hurt, it's almost like it's more of an accident. You know, I mean, Rhodey gets hurt, but it's more of an accident as opposed to like somebody really hurt him.
Yeah,
you know,
totally.
And so that's I guess where I never felt like they were actually fighting. You know, I just felt like they were just kind of griping at each other. And then the rest of the team just kind of got involved. And then, hey, Spider-Man shows up and it looks really cool. That's my only problem with it.
Fair enough.
You know,
I would disagree with some parts there, but hey, whatever. That's cool. But getting back to this article here. So again, some really fun, nice facts here. This was actually during the breaking point where Kevin Feige was about to like quit Marvel at the time, because like Perlmutter was being a real ass, and sort of like what's happening with him and Bob Chapek right now. Like, hey, dude, like if you thought Perlmutter was bad, Chapek is 1,000 times worse. Even Bob Iger hates him. Like, and dude, like that's like met Bob Iger. You have to be a real dick to Bob Iger. You have to be like truly, truly bad. Not to like ask his Bob Iger. I mean, he's made some really dumb mistakes, but you know, he's pretty genuine and he's a pretty nice person there. He made Disney like a giant empire that what it is today, and it's, you know, it's kind of crazy. And it's kind of disturbing to see what Chapek's been doing over the last couple of months. And have you guys actually covered that at all? Or I mean, because like, my God, it's been a disaster, dude. Like if you thought it's kind of like what happened with Jason Kilar and Warner Brothers at the time. Like it's kind of like that, but it's on like a much bigger scale because Disney is like, you know, huge and stuff like that. But yeah, but getting back to the article here, so like it's all about this whole like this creative clash there, and I kind of love how Kevin was kind of like with the Russo brothers on this, because you know, again, I do like the Russo brothers. Not my favorite directors of the MCU. That would probably be John Watts for me personally. I know, hot take.
Okay. John.
But yeah, they're like second or third. But yeah, it's kind of nice there. And if you kind of look, like if you kind of do your digging there, you kind of see a lot of you know, him kind of staying with his creatives a little bit more. Like in a way, actually, you know, Scarlett Johansson lawsuit, that was kind of like, you know, like even though Feige wasn't directly involved, he kind of said, yeah, I should probably sue them and stuff like that. And
yeah,
that kind of happened there. So that's kind of nice. It's good that he's kind of standing by his talent there. And, you know, he said, look, guys, I respect your stuff there, but I'm going to send my creatives there. But yeah, I think I've kind of said everything I wanted to say there.
Well, I kind of feel like too with Feige. I mean, Feige knows where he wants to go, and I think he lays that out for everybody as they come on board. Yeah. Right? You know, here's where we're going. This is what we're doing. And I think he does a great job of getting everybody behind that vision. Yep. Right. So if something happens that tries to throw that vision off, like, I think that really throws everybody off. And that's where like it gets everybody else in a tizzy, you know, and they're just like, nope, that's not what we were told, you know? And so I think it does make sense that Feige would go ahead and, you know, and be that way, because, you know, he's going to support people who support him.
Yep.
Right. And so, totally. You know, so, but yeah, I just thought this was interesting that, you know, that we almost saw a completely different kind of take on this, just because it almost feels like the Warner Brothers problem here, you know, is that
I feel like Warner Brothers,
too many people trying to tell them what to do, you know?
Yeah. I actually don't really think that of Warner Brothers either. I mean, I feel like Warner Brothers, like in that specific case, was in the wrong. But if you kind of look at their slate over the last couple of years, especially this year, they have a really good variety of stuff there. Like you have like the Wachowskis with The Matrix, like Lana Wachowski, she seems to be doing that pretty well. You have James Gunn with The Suicide Squad. You even like the Westworld creator made that like kind of awful movie. It was like Reminiscence, like, but that was like all her vision there. So I feel like Warner Brothers is also very, pretty creative driven as well. It's just people don't give them a lot of credit for that. But yeah.
Well,
So
my only problem with Warner Brothers is when they start stepping in and they start people who don't have a clue as to what they do with with some of their IPs, like because we've heard all these stories, and I'll be honest with you, it's mostly Warner Brothers or mostly DC stuff, right? I'm a DC fan through and through, and when I hear that an executive at Warner Brothers is literally fighting on the Man of Steel thing, trying to say that, well, you can't blow up Superman's childhood ship because if you blow that up, how is he going to get back to Krypton? Nope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope. No.
Yeah.
No.
But again, there's
No.
always those
And
fights
Warner Brothers, and it doesn't matter who's been there. Warner Brothers, for some reason, it's like they just don't understand DC. And I think it's because they've never actually had somebody in charge of DC projects that is overlooking. Like it seems like every time they've done a DC project or tried to even do a DC project for the last 20 some odd years, that it's literally just some random person they bring in. They're just like, hey, you want to do a DC project? McG, why don't you come in and do a DC project? JJ Abrams, why don't you come in and do a DC project? Bryan Singer, why don't you come in and do it? And it's like they haven't actually planned it out. They don't actually respect the lore or the history of it. It's like, J.J. Abrams with that flyby script. My God, I mean, he had Lex Luthor being an FBI agent who's also a Kryptonian, and then they had some villain that's never even been heard of before, Tazor or whatever coming in, and it was just like, what? And then you had like Jonathan Peters going on about how, like, yeah, I want to do a Superman movie, but he can't fly, and I don't want him in that suit.
Yeah.
What?
Speaking of Jonathan Peters,
like what?
Yeah, but speaking of Jonathan Peters, actually, I'm also a big film by myself. There's actually this great new film from Paul Thomas Anderson coming out this year. It's Licorice Pizza. You've probably seen the trailers for it somewhere, but it's kind of actually during the 70s, and it actually revolves around child actors and John Peterson, the guy that also produced that movie too. It's actually it looks pretty good actually. I'm really excited for it, Yeah. But there you go. There's a little fun fact there. But anyway, what other stuff we're going to be talking about? I'm just curious.
Yeah. So that's just my take on it. Like, that's the problem that I kind of have with Warner Brothers sometimes, is that they just, when it comes to DC stuff, especially, they just don't seem to have a clear vision for it. And then even when they do try to turn it over for a while, they second guess themselves, and then they do things like cut 30 minutes out of BVS, right, for the theatrical, and literally announce the same weekend, hey, we're going to put it back in for a Blu-ray release. Well, it doesn't help you at theatrical, does it? When you take out like the stuff that like explains why the motivation for the characers, So,
but that was like Jeff Johns' run where he was just a comic book guy, didn't know what the hell he was doing.
I know, man, and so I agree. Like, a lot of their other stuff, I'm fine with. Look, the Matrix coming out, I think I agree with you, man. I think that a lot of their stuff they have done well with this year, especially, But time will tell. Like what happens with DC and how their DC properties go going forward, and if they ever actually get a true handle on where they want to go.
Yeah,
some of these
pretty
properties.
Cool. That's pretty nice. That's pretty cool.
So moving forward, talking about filmmakers and what they want to do. So I'm really looking forward to 11 days from now, because Rocky 4 is having a director's cut that's going to hit theaters. And apparently it's got like 45 minutes of extra footage in it. Now, are you a fan of Rocky 4?
Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, I am a pretty big Rocky fan there. I'm more of a fan of the Creed movies. That's just my millennial brain there. I feel like Ryan Coogler had a had a lot better direction there. But I still love the Rocky movies too. You know, just a little bit more. But that's just me. But yeah, I do not I do not hate the Rocky films. I do like them. They're pretty good. I feel like 4 is kind of the worst one, but that's just me. But whatever. You know, what do I know? I'm like some millennial dipshit, right?
No, I'm with you. I hate Rocky 4 actually.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I
Hot
hate it.
take.
And
Busting
this
us a hot
was
take.
one of the reasons of them killing Apollo in the movie. And I just Drago just, oh my god, this movie was just so, oh my god. I don't know. Drago is just so dry and over the top at the same time. He just did not work for me. And then the fight at the end, I didn't like. I did like it. Like, it was just so one-sided the entire movie. It just, I don't know. At least like with the previous films, it feels more even, and you feel like, you know, you actually feel the stakes of this. Like, this movie was just so over the top. And then just
this wasn't over the top. That was another Sylvester Stallone movie. Okay, but here's the thing, DL. So I think you got to also understand what Rocky 4 represents. Rocky 4 is not just a Rocky movie. Rocky 4 is a USA movie during the height of the Cold War, and a movie that I really feel like when I talk to people who don't like it, I feel like most of the time they're people who weren't living that, right? They weren't
before my time, so
obviously, right? So because I think that people from like my generation who were watching Rocky 4, there was this other sense to it. Yeah, I agree with you. Like the first Rocky movie is very, very gritty, right? I mean, it's very, very gritty. It's slow at times. It's awkward at times, especially between him and Adrian. You know, I mean, like, and it's funny too, because Adrian in towards the end of the series, Adrian is very intelligent. She's very well spoken. Like in that first movie, like she almost looks like she's got some learning disabilities. You know, like
it was really awkward.
Yeah, she's portrayed very, very differently, and it's very awkward. I mean, and Rocky even is portrayed, you know, that like, you know, he even makes some jokes about himself, you know. But the thing is that like when Rocky 4 came out, we were in the middle of you know, this whole thing with the Cold War and everything, and it was a film that, look, I agree, Rocky kind of just comes in and does his thing, right? Like,
yeah.
you know, Rocky just comes in, wins that fight. You know, he's being beaten down, but he wins the fight in the end.
Yeah, right? Like that's not interesting to watch. Him getting,
but that's a Rocky movie, though.
And then he comes back. No. Because in the previous movies, he put up more of a fight. Like, you actually bought him. He possibly might be able to win, but there's also a slight chance that he could lose. Like, that's where I feel more invested. But it's just like, it's so ridiculous, the fact that he gets his ass kicked. Like, Lily gets his ass kicked until the last round of the movie. I'm like, where did this adrenaline come from? Like, what? It was just so monotonous. Like, I don't know.
But he's Rocky.
Trust me, Ghostbuster.
Like, Ivan Drago was able to kill Apollo Creed. But for some reason, Rocky was taking all those hits from him, and he's okay. Well, okay.
Well, wait.
Rocky 5, he's like he has damage and stuff like that.
Yeah, literally, he gets into the showers after Rocky 4, man, and Rocky like knows that he's taking a beating. Like, I mean, he's having a problem. You know, he's calling for Adrian, you know, in the shower after, if we're being honest, you know, I mean, after the fight.
But he doesn't die. Apollo dies.
No, really? but it's also kind of shown though that Rocky is able to take a beating, you know, and you know that he just, you know, he's just got something. He's got that stuff, man. He's got the right stuff. Dork Knight isn't wrong here when he says Rocky 4 is a documentary on how USA won the Cold War. It was grit and determination. And I get what you're saying about Drago, but here's the thing. Drago though was being portrayed as a stereotypical, just dry character that like he's being controlled by everyone around him, and that even comes up in Creed too, right?
Yeah,
he's being that. Yeah, I think that Creed 2 makes Rocky 4 a better movie.
Slightly, yes.
Because you get to hear some of what Ivan Drago was going through, right? Because he was being controlled. They were feeding him steroids. That, you know, I mean, they were just trying to make this massive athlete, you know, just kind of heartless athlete. But see, you gotta understand too. Even though it's stereotypical, like it was the Cold War, so that was how a lot of Americans looked at Russians. That was the great thing about like that all coming down and people seeing each other for being real people. And that's like Rocky's whole statement at the end of the movie, right? Is that, like when we first came in here, you didn't like me, I didn't like you. We hated each other's guts just simply because you're Russians, we're Americans, and that's it. But at the end of the night, they started to learn that each other were human, And I think that's, as the world started to progress, even back through the 80s and everything, that was a real turning point for us, even as Americans, to start seeing other countries. I mean, you look at every time we've been at war with somebody, like the other people are demonized, right? And basically, we don't treat them like humans, right? I mean, like, and that goes back quite a while. And so I think that was the stereotypical thing with Ivan Drago. But, I mean, look, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a boxing movie, and I get it. The fights are more maybe believable, in 1, 2, and probably 3.
My personal favorite, but even I admit, yeah, it is my first favorite. But even I admit that it is over the top. But like they still were like more grounded than what they were doing in Rocky 4. I'm like, this was just ridiculous.
Yeah. But the thing is that yes, we're getting a Rocky 4, which I can't wait for, because more time in here with the characters. I can't wait to see what Stallone has done. Stallone, this has been something that he's been overseeing. But this I thought was an interesting thing. He says that he regrets killing off Apollo in Rocky 4 now. So in a new video, he talks about the making of Rocky 4's director cut. Sylvester Stallone says he regrets killing off Apollo Creed in Rocky 4. Rocky 4, written and directed by Stallone, was originally released in 1985 and ended up becoming the highest-grossing Rocky film to date. The film co-starred Carl Weathers as Apollo Creed, Rocky's longtime nemesis and best friend, who fought the Russian boxer Ivan Drago, as played by Dolph Lundgren. During the match, Drago kills Creed, which prompts Rocky to challenge Drago to a bout in Russia, serving as the main thrust of the film's storyline. Stallone has taken it upon himself to re-edit the film, which is set to be released for a one-night-only screening with Fathom Events before debuting on demand. The Rocky IV director's cut will feature over 40 minutes of new footage, as well as new behind-the-scenes videos that highlight the remaking of the film. Stallone has shared many behind-the-scenes videos since he started the project and recently released a video created by director John Hertzfeld that features his reasoning and process in re-editing Rocky IV. It says, today Stallone has released another video that highlights the re-editing of Rocky IV director's cut and says that if he could do it all over again, he would never have killed off Apollo Creed in the film. Instead, he would have had Creed survive, but be wheelchair bound and become Rocky's new trainer. A change that would have altered the trajectory of the franchise and possibly stopped the Creed franchise starring Michael B. Jordan from ever happening. It was foolish, says Stallone, of killing off Creed. Rocky V would have never happened, and Rocky IV maybe... hold on. That's Rocky VI, sorry. Okay, so Rocky IV would have never happened, and Rocky VI maybe never would have happened that way, says Stallone, about how things would have been different if Apollo lived. Check out the full video in comments below. So let's if I can get this to work here. Hold on. Where is it?
Sorry for the background noise. I'm kind of like in LA right now, and I'm kind of
You can go back and recut your film. I guarantee you would approach it with a sensitivity and a wisdom and a confidence. You go, why didn't I see that before? I didn't believe in myself as a filmmaker the way I do now. Now I realize what is really valuable.
35 years later, what is the metaphor that you're making with this different version of the fight?
a warrior is a warrior to the very end, and though he may be defeated, he won't go quietly into that good night. I just think it'd be great for him to rally so it isn't a complete slaughter. Then you go, oh, Apollo Creed did go down fighting. He didn't go down being slaughtered.
And now it is the Russians just standing there. The Russian trying to intimidate Creed. And the Russian throws the right hand and staggers Creed under the right to the jaw. Under the right to the jaw. The Russian trying to intimidate Creed. Come on, put it together.
Before Rocky could have stopped it. This time he's dropping the towel, but that punch hits at the same time. So as the towel drops, everything drops, his life drops. He's just a second late.
Okay, so it's a 9-minute video. You guys can find it if you want to watch the whole thing, but it's I don't know. Okay, first of all, I want to talk about something going on in the chat. Andrew, you know I love you, dude. Nobody's picking on you, man. All right, it's all good, bro. It's just Spider-Man, dude. It's
Andrew,
like dude. Like seriously, man. Like, dude, Andrew, you're all good, bro. We're gonna get to some Spider-Man news in just a little bit with Green Goblin from your favorite Spider-Man movie, dude. Like seriously, RJ's not picking on you. People aren't trying to pick on you. You always come in and I know you and I are cool, and you know that, and I know you're cool with most people, Andrew. But the thing is, you get very concerned when it comes to Spider-Man, and we know that. We know you love Toby. We know you love Spider-Man, but you know. Just let everybody have their thing, all right, man. I don't like seeing you guys getting into fights in the chat. We don't. You all know that that's not how we roll around here. It's not how we do things around here. And so, so if we see it start to get a little heated, just back off a little bit, all right. So
Yeah.
good. I'm glad you're fine. I'm glad you're fine. All right. So so I don't know. What do you guys think about this? I mean, it does change everything. If he's not dead, it really does change the series.
I don't know. I don't think you'll I don't think he'll be undead from there. But going on from what you've been saying about how that was part of the Cold War, they actually never thought of it that way. That's actually a very interesting interpretation. That kind of makes me have to reevaluate the movie and maybe check it out again. There you go. You see, that's the thing about movies that's great, is that you get a new perspective of something that you didn't think you would get, and that's pretty cool. And but by the way, Andrew, stick around because I'm going to drop some Marvel scoops. Some exclusive scoops if you want to hear them.
Check that out.
You will.
Cool.
You'll be able to see them in a bit there. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So I don't know. Now DL, you said you don't really care for Rocky IV, but I mean, do you think that what do you think about that if Apollo doesn't die?
If there was an alternate universe where Apollo doesn't die, well, I actually love that scenario that he said, that he would be, instead of dying, he would be in a wheelchair and stuff like that and become Rocky's new trainer. I actually really like that. But yeah, at the same time, he does bring up, if that happens, then we wouldn't have the Creed movies, and Rocky 6 will probably play out really differently. So I don't know. I guess in a way we had to get this in order to get Creed. Even though I do think we still could get Creed movies if he was still alive, or he probably still would have died in other ways. That's not Drago knocking him out in the ring to death.
Yeah.
So I still think the Creed movies are possible, but yeah, Rocky
time travel. Rocky uses time travel, goes back and saves Apollo.
Yeah, boy.
Right? Look, as a Rocky fan, like one of the things that always hurts my heart, actually, as a Rocky fan, is Rocky V. Not because of the reasons why because other people are like, like they hate it because of
story and all that, right? It's not that for me. I think that Rocky 5 is actually, as much as Rocky, like Rocky 1 is a perfect picture of the 70s, the late 70s, right? Rocky, 3 and 4, those are great pictures of the 80s right there. By the time we get to Rocky 5, which was, what was that? That was like late 80s, early 90s, somewhere in there. It was a perfect picture of that time as well. Culturally, like the boxing game and everything, the way that they even poke fun at Don, what's his name? Who's the guy with the big puffy hair, boxing promoter? I'm not having a brain fart. Anyways, but they poke fun at him, and stuff with the promoter and everything. But what always hurts me is that like Rocky came from nothing. He reached the top, had everything, and then he ends up back at nothing. And where part of me goes, man, I really hate that. I think that it shows the integrity of Rocky as a character, because it sucks that Rocky has to go back to, like where he came from, living in a rough neighborhood, like all this thing, because he loses all. Like how he forgives Paulie for screwing it all up for them. I don't even know. I don't even know, man.
I fucking hate Paulie. I
know. Me too. I hate Paulie. Paulie drives me nuts, man, because like Paulie's whole thing of like, I was just doing good business. Get out
of here with that shit.
Right? I mean, it bugs me, and my heart breaks for Rocky and his family, but I love Adrian in Rocky 5 because Adrian is just like, look, Rocky, I didn't marry you for money. We're not in this for money. It actually brings him closer to his son. Now, I will say this, like him casting his real son. I don't know about that kid. Okay.
Yeah, first of all, wasn't he like a little kid in Rocky 4? And then when he goes back home, he's a teenager. Wait a minute. What?
Yes.
What?
That was a long trip to Russia. Time travel. Time travel, DL. Time travel.
Oh my god.
Yes, well, and when he went away, his kid like was the whitest little white kid with a bowl haircut, like talking to his dad on there. I love you too, Dad. And then when he comes back, his son looks,
But wasn't that his arm wrestle movie, like the Fun War thing or something like that? Didn't he like direct like this like weird like thing where it said it's like, oh, you're a talented kid, but you're a little brat too. Like that was like one of the funniest like speeches ever.
Yeah, that's over the top. Yeah, that's over the top. Yeah, Don King, Diego. Thank you so much. I don't know why I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember his last name there for a second. But yeah, it's interesting because Rocky 5, he goes back to that. But I love the fact that like from there, when they go to Rocky Balboa, it shows that like he still picked himself up. Right, he started a restaurant. He did the thing, man, like he was still living the dream. And even with losing Adrian, I think Rocky Balboa, honestly, somebody asked me, I think it was Antonio asked me if I liked Rocky Balboa. I'll be honest with you. Rocky Balboa, I believe, is my favorite Rocky movie.
Same here, dude. Same here. Like we're on the same boat there.
It's definitely up there.
You see, we agree on something, Enosh.
There you go. It's fun. Followed by Rocky 4 because I love Rocky 4. I just love the adrenaline of it and the story of it. But Rocky Balboa, man, I remember going to see it in the theater thinking, oh gosh, man, they're really, I'm going to go see it because it's a Rocky movie, but this is probably going to be trash. This is going to be garbage, and everything. And then I come out of that thing just going, my God, that had so much heart. Like, wow. And I was really glad because I was really worried like halfway through that like they were going to try to like have Rocky have a relationship with that young girl. Like
that would have been really inappropriate.
Oh, right. Like I was just like, whoa, hold on. Where are they going with that? And so I was really, really glad that they didn't do that. But it just showed Rocky's love for people, and then I thought the first Creed was amazing. Like the way that they brought him into it and everything and Rocky and stuff. And the second Creed, I didn't think the second Creed was as good,
but I like the Rocky 4 element, and I just my concern about Creed is with the third one, because I know at one time there was like something circling around that they were going to now have him fight Clubber Lang's son.
No, as much as I love Rocky 3, as much as I love Rocky 3, I did not want that.
Yeah.
It's just revisiting the same thing over and over again. I'm sorry, what were
That's
you
pretty
saying?
cool. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. I'm just saying, yeah, nice, because I had nothing else to say. I'm sorry.
That's right. No, okay, so I got to ask you, because I know you've gone by two different names. What do you want me to call you?
The non-Kino cinephile.
Okay, the non-Kino cinephile. Okay.
The non-Kino cinephile.
All right, we got you.
I'm a film lover of all kinds, big, small, you named it. I saw like 3 movies last week. I saw Last Night in Soho, I saw The French Dispatch, and I saw Eternals early, by the way. So there you go.
Nice. But yeah, so when I look at this, when I hear this, as much as I would be interested in seeing what Apollo Creed would have done in that situation, right? To make him Rocky's trainer and do that whole thing. The other side of me goes, you know what? I would leave that whole franchise just the way it is.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
The goods, the bad. There's some franchises you go, yeah, I'd change this or that. I think honestly, looking back at the whole thing, I would just leave it alone. And I hope what I'm hoping is with this Rocky 4, director's cut thing, I just hope that he's not going to George Lucas it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Sometimes it's better just to leave something alone. You know what I mean? And yeah, I just I hope it turns out well for him. Again, dude, Sylvester Stallone's been kind of having a bit of a hard time in the press there, because like there's been all this drama of like Expendables 4, like he walked away because of a pay cut thing. Then he was kind of a dick about it. He was like fucking airing the dirty laundry of that whole thing on social media, which like, I'm sorry, the dude is too old for that. Like, just come on, dude. Like, what are you, 15, Sylvester Stallone? I mean, I know there's like being young at heart, but this is just fucking ridiculous, man. It's just like, Jesus. I mean, he's Sylvester Stallone, but I don't know. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and I still love his like movies. I mean, like there's something else he's coming in. A couple of. I also really like Escape Plan. Did you guys see that one with like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah,
and Sylvester Stallone? That was pretty good. Actually,
my wife loves Escape Plan.
Escape Plan.
Yeah,
okay,
she absolutely loves it. She was the one who told me about it.
There you go.
Now let me ask you guys this: what do you guys think of Expendables?
I liked the first one. Thought the second one was okay. Hated the third one. The third one is absolute garbage. It's probably one of the worst blockbusters I've seen in the last couple of years, and I've seen a lot of terrible blockbusters, buddy.
Yeah, I don't really care for the Expendables movies. I mean, the first 2 are fine, but yeah, as he said, the third one was really bad. Really, the best part of that movie was Mel Gibson, and I don't like Mel Gibson, so.
To Patrick Willems. Sometimes you can't just watch everything in the Criterion Collection. Sometimes you gotta like dig in the mud and watch Police Academy Goes to Moscow or Expendables 3, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I made those awful life choices. So there you go.
I think we actually have some footage here from Expendables. I'm sorry, Escape Plan. For those of you who haven't seen Escape Plan, here's some actual footage from Escape Plan with Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Pretty much just 2.5 hours of that. Yeah, those guys they've got a YouTube channel, and it's pretty fun. Like they do workout video stuff, but they do a lot of that deep fake stuff with those two guys, and so they've got a bunch of other like really funny videos. Yes, Anthony, I'm definitely gonna watch Creed 3, dude. I mean, first of all, I'm just a moviegoer, anyways, man. But yeah, dude,
I'm very curious about that one. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Enoch.
No, go ahead.
Because Michael B. Jordan's directing that one, and though like he wasn't very good in like his movie this year with it was called it was that really terrible McClancy thing. It was like Without Remorse. That one was pretty terrible, but I love Michael B. Jordan as a talent. I'm pretty excited what he's going to do behind the camera because he's worked with like a lot of great directors. He worked with Ryan Coogler. He's worked with I think he's worked. I don't know. There's a bunch of people he's worked with. So he has like really good talent behind him. He's been mentored by a lot of great people there as well. He's also with Rocky, Sylvester Stallone. Like he's probably given him some great director tips as well. But you know, I'm pretty sure he'll be able to like make something really good. I hope. You know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I hope, you know, because this is Michael B. Jordan's like directorial debut. I just hope he doesn't make similar mistakes that Sylvester did directing the Rocky movies. I'm sure he won't, but you know, I am just concerned because like we went from Ryan Coogler, who's a very well established director, and then we have Stephen Caple Jr. for the second one, which he did a really good job with the second one, but not on the level of the first film. And then Michael B. Jordan, who's never directed anything. So I don't know.
He also worked with Daniel Cretton on this great film. Who, if you guys haven't checked it out, it's on HBO Max. It's called Just Mercy. It's with Brie Larson and Jamie Foxx. It's fantastic. It's actually directed by the guy that did Shang-Chi. It's really good. Trust me. Like so.
Really?
It's fantastic. It's really good. Yeah, it's probably one of his better movies. Daniel Cretton's films. Like I think you know I think Shang-Chi is fantastic, but you know Just Mercy is like really great intimate story about this court case. It's really good. Trust me, it's really good. It's a little bit long at times. It's 2 hours and 16 minutes, but it's worth the watch.
Cool. I'll have to watch that.
Actually.
Aha, you know, you see, I'm the cinephile. I give you guys good recommendations, right?
There you go, man. There you
There
go.
you go.
I'm a big movie fan, man. I love watching movies. So yeah.
Same here, man. I just wish the conversation around him wasn't so awful. I feel like my biggest problem with like film course discussions today is that I feel like a lot of film discussion is very much based on like these like predatory like things here. It's either you're a comic book movie fan or a cinephile or a kinophile. Like everybody has their lines in the sands. We only watch one certain kind of movie there. But the thing is, you can have like a good variety of stuff there. You know what I mean? And I feel like people like you know, David Elrich from IndieWire, Jesse Hawkins. I mean, the people that say, "Oh, if you like these comic movies, you're not a real film fan," or if you got into movies because of the comic book films, you kind of sting there. And comic movie fans kind of being dicks about it, like, "Oh, Martin Scorsese is overrated." It's like, all suck, y'all.
Subjective, man.
It's just
and everything is like, you know, it's either amazing and fantastic, or it sucks. And it's ruining my childhood, or it's ruining cinema, or it's, you know, and it's like, come on. Sometimes a movie's just a movie, you know. Like movies come in all shapes and sizes, all forms. You know, sometimes you like a movie, right? Yeah.
Like it's okay if a movie's okay, you know.
It's okay,
right? Like it's like I tell people like it's like I tell people like who come at me and they're like, you know, well, like I hate Star Wars now. Okay, but you know, do you really hate Star Wars now, or do you just not like this movie? Did you just maybe not like The Last Jedi, or you just don't like the sequels? And so now, you know, those same people will like The Mandalorian, for example, right? You know, but they're like, but when you hear them talk about it, and especially some of these people on YouTube and like these, you know, people who write for these websites, they'll say in the same breath that they like Mandalorian, but then they'll be like, the state of Star Wars is trash and it's all garbage. And it's like, well, you're talking about movies that are now like years behind us, and you're talking about the future that you like, and it looks bright. So like, how is the state of it trash? Like sometimes it's just a movie that you just don't like, you know, like I'm a huge Star Wars guy. I mean, I got a whole house filled of Star Wars stuff. And the thing is like Star Wars Resistance, that cartoon just wasn't for me.
Nope.
Just wasn't for me. And but it doesn't make me go, well, they're ruining it, you know, now. And all of a sudden I'm going to hate everything, you know, like I just go, hey, it wasn't for me.
Yeah,
I'm good. You know, I'm going to find something, you know, the Rise of Skywalker. I felt that was a flawed movie in a lot of ways.
I really like it.
And, you know, and that's fine. DL, we've had this conversation a lot. Like there's a lot of stuff that I do like about it. And I like a lot of the concepts in it. But like, it doesn't mean that I'm turning my back on it. You know what I mean? Like that it's just all garbage. Like,
right.
Look, the Phantom Menace is one of my least favorite Star Wars movies too, but I still watch it. I still appreciate what it is.
Like,
Definitely.
I don't like Rogue One. I think it's one of the most overrated Star Wars films, but it's not like, I hate people for that enjoy it. If you enjoy it, that's great. You got something out of it. It's just not for me.
Hey, Enosh, I probably should have mentioned this before here, but I have like you're gonna love this here, but I actually have like a eBay business on the side. So I'm like a busy guy. Like I do film work, I do SEO work, I do marketing, but I also have this eBay business where I sell these like 1/18 scale figures of like movie stuff. I actually made a set of The Irishman. You know that Martin Scorsese film?
Yeah.
I actually made a figure set of like Frank Sheeran and like DiCaprio and stuff like that. That was actually pretty cool. I'll send you a couple pictures there. Like like you'd be like shocked like all the figures I made there. And I made like a great couple of pocket change, man. It's crazy how much shit I've actually made.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
That's cool. You do that. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. I make my own toys, bro. I don't need to buy toys. I make them.
There
man.
you go. There you
Like a
go.
man,
That's awesome.
you know?
That's awesome. That's
I'm a man of
awesome.
the prairie. Anyway, not to flex or anything. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I'm
good,
not
man.
that cool.
No, it's cool learning about you, man. That's cool. I mean, this is your first time on, so
Yeah.
that's what we like to do. We like to learn about everybody who
Learn
comes
people.
on, and and learn where people are at and stuff. So, yeah, that's cool. So let's see. Next, our next thing. So this is something. A couple weeks ago, this was like the hotly talked about topic of Superman's son, Jonathan Kent, is now bi. And some people lost their minds. Some people were very, very happy about it. And it's like we had 2 nights actually of really good discussion about this topic, and I thought that it was very productive. And as a huge Superman fan, I just said, look, I don't care as long as they're going to tell a good story.
Yeah.
Now, the big question that was going around this weekend was, okay, so Jonathan Kent is now bisexual in the comics, but we have a Jonathan Kent on the show, Superman and Lois. So people have been wondering, is that going to transfer over to the show as well? And I will say, like, there are some people who would just say automatically, well, yeah, right, it's the same character, yeah, but it's not the same character. It's 2 different versions of somebody named Jonathan Kent. Okay. Jonathan Kent in the comics follows after his dad, discovers his powers really young, at around the age of 10, is flying and stuff. They age him up. He's in the future. He becomes Superman in the future. Completely different storyline from the Jonathan Kent in Superman and Lois, where this Jonathan Kent has been shown that obviously he's, now he's been shown liking girls. So, just because he's like girls, if he's bi, that could just be one aspect of it. So that's that. But this Jonathan Kent, we don't know if he has superpowers. He's in his late teens now. His brother, who's actually named Jordan, who only appears in this show, not in any of the comics or any of the, other materials. Jordan is the one that has been shown to actually develop powers instead of his twin brother, Jonathan. So this is interesting, and I thought that this was an interesting article that came out and kind of talks about this. So, will Jonathan Kent be bi in the live-action Superman and Lois series? They'll be getting ready to start season 2 here. It says, now that Jonathan Kent, the original Superman, Clark Kent's son, and the current Superman, is bisexual in the comics, will that queerness extend to other projects and character that the character appears in? The question on fans' lips, and Superman and Lois actor Jordan Elsas, who plays the role on the CW show, has an answer for us. Unfortunately, it's not the one we wanted. Now, this is Out Magazine, so they obviously they definitely want this. Okay, but it says that is the comic version of the character. Elsas told comicbook.com. We asked if he thought his TV character would also be bisexual. This character is a different Earth. It's a different version. There's always the possibility, but it's looking like Jonathan Kent, this version, is most likely straight. We don't even know if he has powers at this point. The bisexual Jonathan Kent that we knew and loved from the comics is slightly different in multiple ways to the one in the TV show, where comics Jonathan is an only child who developed his powers as a 10-year-old and is now a crime-fighting adult. On the show, he's a 16-year-old twin, and he has no powers, where his brother Jordan Kent does.
This doesn't mean bisexual Superman is an impossibility in the Superman and Lois universe. Several of the CW's superhero shows have had alternate universe versions of their characters show up, and there have been multiple crossovers to different realities, so anything is possible. Plus, the character is a teen and still has lots of time to figure his sexuality out. In the comics, John Kent is set to come out and begin a same-sex relationship in Superman, Son of Kal-El #5, coming out November 9th. In the issue, Superman has mentally and physically burnt out and needs someone to comfort him. And then, of course, we have this right here. It says, just like his father before him, this new Superman falls for a reporter and is soon in the arms of Jay Nakamura, a pink-haired young man. The issue is written by Tom Taylor with art by John Timms. Season 1 of Superman and Lois is currently streaming on HBO Max, and Season 2 will premiere on the CW sometime this next year. This was just something because we talked about it so much. I was just curious what other people think about the fact that, you know, it's the same character in name, not necessarily the same character. And I've seen some people who have said to me, and a couple people like even messaged me, and they said, you know, like, I think that he should be the same. Well, I don't know that that's necessarily a fair representation of the character. I mean, what do you guys think?
Well, as a bisexual man myself, I would say I think he should be. You know, I mean, we don't have like many like bisexual characters in comic book media. There, I mean, we have Loki, but that was more like a slight little nod there, and that was,
sure.
You know, I mean, that was fine and all. I mean, I really love the show, but I feel like that representation could have been a little bit better. You probably get a lot more of that in the MCU pretty soon. Sorry, dropping a small little tidbit there, but anyway, but back to DC. I love DC. I promise, Enosh. I promise. All right.
That's all right.
Anyway, no, I think the character could actually, you know, I think that'd be interesting for the character on the show because, you know, he's kind of a plain character, and I'm not saying like bisexuality will make it more interesting, but I'm saying it would give him more nuance to the character, and I hope he does. But that's just me. Like, what do I know, right?
Dude, that's why you're here.
That's why.
That's why you're here, is because we want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
I know, right?
Yes, what the non-Kino cinephile thinks. Dia, what do you think, man?
I'm pretty much with you. I don't really care if they make them bi or not. I mean, if they do, that's great. But you know, as long as they tell a good story, you know, that's all I really care about. And I said this before, you know, I do want to see representation in media and stuff like that. But these writers and developers really have to think about, does this representation enhance the story? Does it help them be better? Does it make their characters more interesting? You know, that's what they really need to think about when they're starting to do this stuff, you know. So that's my only concern about it. But, you know, if he ends up being bi in the show, that's fine.
Yeah, well, when we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, you know, I mean, it's interesting because, like, look, not everybody feels the same, you know, like even people who are bisexual. We had two people who represented that last week when we had that discussion, and you know, Austin had one thought. You know, Austin was coming in from more of the, you know, he wasn't really sure, he didn't really have a big opinion on it, but you know, he was hoping that it would work for good, and that it wasn't just DC just trying to cash in, right? You know, or try to do something shocking, you know, to sell some more comics, you know, and unfortunately, you know, and it would be very unfortunate if they were using that, you know, just to cash in. And so that was his concern, but he liked the idea. Now Saggy came in, and Saggy also representing that was like, nope, this is a cash grab. I don't like it. I don't like what they're doing here. You know, the thing that I don't mind about it is like, they had not, it's never, nothing with Jonathan has ever been established to say that he wasn't. It's a newer character. It's been around for a while. A lot of the character's life, he's been spent as a kid. It's only been in recent, you know, that they aged him up and he's been an adult, where, you know, he would be aware of his sexuality and aware of those things, and you would be able to tackle something like that. So I mean, if you're going to do it, that's the kind of character you do it with. I know there's a lot of controversy over Tim Drake. I'm with you, Dial. Like, I don't care. Like, if a character is bi, they're bi. If they're gay, whatever, you know, like as long as they tell a good story, as long as it makes sense. And as long as I don't feel like they're trying to force a narrative on a character that it doesn't make sense with. Right. Like, because like a lot of people have alluded to the fact that like Tim Drake, the Robin, we got a story about Robin here in a minute, but like with Tim Drake, like that character's been around for almost 30 years, right? And never, ever displayed those kind of feelings. So I think it's easier to make an argument for that, saying, well, what do we do? Just to bring up the question. I'm not even saying that you can't make him bisexual or whatever, or gay. Because people sometimes struggle with their sexuality, of being able to determine where they fit and who they are. And some people don't come out until later, and so those are all things to consider. It's just that a lot of people have pointed out that, like with Tim Drake, for example, like we've seen his thought bubbles, like we've seen how Tim Drake thinks, and that was never a thing. But at the end of the day, like I said, if they make good stories, that's all I care. With this Jonathan Kent, I don't know because look, this is all new, right? I mean, the comic hasn't even come out yet, right? All this stuff has hit the news, and everybody's been talking about it, and it's gone around the news circuits and everything. But like with this character, when this character was created, this character wasn't created to be the same as the Jonathan Kent in the comics. Like specifically, it wasn't created to be that. And so he wasn't created with those ideas and with those thoughts. So I actually like the fact that the actor said, look, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but this is a different Earth. This is a different character than, what's in the comics now. So I think he was more just saying like, look, it could happen. We don't know. It could happen down the line. He could be bi, and it could happen. If it does, that's fine. As long as they write it well, I don't think it's a big deal. But like, I would hope that they don't just rush to that. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, he's in the comics. Like, so like next season, like it's like the first thing that we hear about him. I agree with you, Cinephile, that his character is a bit bland.
Yeah.
He comes across. I mean, he's kind of the stereotypical jock.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
but
I would prefer him over like the other son. The other son kind of gets on my nerves. It's like, he's like, geez, you're getting on my nerves, like emo kid. All right, get your shit together. All right, you got a cute girlfriend. You got a nice brother. You have a nice dad. You got a cool mom. Like, come on.
But he's dealing with the pain of those superpowers too. Right. So I mean, so he is dealing
with shit there. No worries.
No, I know. But those are things that like I pay attention to, right? So like I agree that Jonathan comes across a bit boring because they just kind of have written him to be the stereotypical jock. And I think what's made him interesting is the fact that you would have thought, and I thought when the show came out, that if one of the kids would have gotten superpowers, it would have been Jonathan. Because in the comics, Jonathan has superpowers. And the fact that they didn't, and that Jonathan in that show is more of the socially accepted kid. He's not the emo kid. He's out there. He's got friends. He plays football. He does all the cool stuff. He's got the girl. When he was in Metropolis, he had the pretty girlfriend, and his brother was always kind of in his shadow. And then like you find out by the end of the season, like, Jonathan was really jealous of his brother getting powers and experiencing something that he wasn't experiencing. And actually one of the complaints that I do have is like actually how Superman treats Jonathan as compared to Jordan.
Yep.
Because Superman ends up, Clark ends up taking Jordan to the fortress and sharing all these things with him and teaching him all these things just because he has superpowers. And kind of leaving the other son back. And that's gonna look, as a dad who has 3 boys, that don't fly. Like you can't you can't start showing favoritism. Look, all 3 of my sons have different qualities that I absolutely love, and I try to relate to my sons on those levels, right? So 2 of them are my stepsons. One, is my son Landon. The middle one is my son. Now Landon, he's a musician. He's a social butterfly just like me. He can have fun. He makes friends really easy, right? So him and I relate on a lot of stuff naturally, right? But Isaac,
you know, Isaac loves nerd stuff, man. Isaac loves collectibles and stuff. They all love collectibles and stuff, but like Isaac loves getting that kind of stuff. Isaac, you know, loves funny videos and you know, being a part of different things. And he's the oldest, and so and you know, the kid's always been good. I mean, he's 19 now, and he's just, you know, he's just always been a good kid. He's always cared for his brothers and cared for everybody else around him, and I really respect that about him. And so like I relate with him on a different level. And he loves baseball, for example, right? And I love baseball. I love baseball. Like my son Isaac is like obsessed with baseball. And so like I've already told him, like once we get through all this thing, like we didn't get to go this year, but I want to take him to the Hall of Fame, right? I want to take him and because I know that that's something he would really love to do, and hopefully we can head off over to Boston. I just took him to Wrigley Field when we went to Chicago, and that was like a bucket list thing, and he always wanted to go to Wrigley Field, just like I had always wanted to go to Wrigley Field. And so like we find those things, right? And then Logan is like the smart kid, and he's the more quiet kid. You know, he's more kind of reserved himself. He doesn't like to play sports. Some days I had to drag him out in the backyard to play, you know, baseball or, you know, stuff with us and stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, but he's a good kid, and he, you know, he's very smart, and he has those qualities. And so like I find things that I relate to him with. So like Superman really needs to get that together in season 2.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree.
Yep.
I
You know,
gotta say before we go on there, that's a sign of a good dad where you love all your children. You know, that's really man. I hope they appreciate that as they go on, man. You know, like that's really wonderful. I'm really happy for you, man. That's pretty cool.
Thank you. I tell you what, I got the 3 like best kids in the world, man. I tell you what, I love my kids so much, and I know every parent says that, but man, I tell you what, my kids are they're just very respectful of people, you know, adults.
I wish I had
other
that for
people.
my dad. That's
You know, yeah, I know. Well, and that's hard because I was raised without my dad, right?
Yeah.
And so usually that goes one of two ways. Usually goes one of two ways. Either when you have kids, then you either end up repeating the mistakes, or in my case, my thing is when I found out I was going to be a dad, and especially when I found out I was going to have a son, like it just made me want to just be the best dad I could possibly be to my son.
Well, there
you know, and sacrifice whatever needed to be sacrificed, do whatever I needed to do that. And so I'd like to see some more of that from Superman. And, you know, and then obviously I think with this character, if this character does turn out to be bi or, you know, or whatever, I feel like this Superman hopefully will, you know, embrace him, love him for who he is. And, you know, and I think the show will go on, but I do think it's interesting. You know, it's, but I agree though with some people that like, I'm not sure that that's where they necessarily need to go with this character. If they do go with this character, being bisexual, I hope that they do it over time and like show a progression.
I think that's pretty fair. I think it's a good way to do it, because if it's done too quickly, it will come off really pandering, and people like Jeremy from oh my god, SJW.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Was that a good impersonation? I was trying to get a more southern accent there.
Now listen here. I cannot believe that I woke up this morning and Superman's son is gay. He's gay, I tell you.
Yeah, that sounds like the double quarter pounder to me.
It's just
yeah. What is up going on today, guys? Today it is me, double quarter pounder. I am here with you, coming back at you about the Superman going woke, go broke. Okay, that was a bad.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, because that was actually one of the. Did you guys watch Supergirl?
Yeah, I actually did watch the finale. It was actually pretty good. Actually, I didn't think it was terrible as people have been saying, but you know, it's CW, but whatever.
My problem with Supergirl was what they did with her sister. My problem with that was like they literally went from her sister being straight, you know, like that was like plot lines of hers, you know, was being involved with men and, you know, and everything. And then like literally they introduced what's her name from Metropolis, police officer, not Garcia, but I can't remember. But they introduced her, and she, you know, she was a lesbian, and that's fine. But then like Supergirl's sister, it was like literally within the space of like a couple episodes, she's like, "Yeah, I'm a lesbian now," and like it was like immediately like she cut her hair a certain way. It was like stereotypical.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa, what just happened here? Like, what? Like there was no progression with it at all.
Yeah.
You know,
it was like herky jerky. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
and
see
so
what you're saying there. That's pretty true there. Anyway,
yeah.
I don't mean to like leave you out of the conversation, Mr.
No.
Ghostbuster. Can I call you Mr. Ghostbuster, guy in the middle?
Yeah, you can just call me DL.
DL, I'm sorry.
It's
You
okay.
said, it said Ghostbusters. I said, okay, I'm
Well,
sorry.
because
Sorry,
I have a
DL.
Ghostbusters shirt on.
DLC, sir.
Yeah, that's all I ever care is about story. You know what I mean? Like do a good story, and I think the people will come. You know, they'll go along with you on that journey.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, yeah,
so.
sorry. I'm sorry. I keep interrupting. I feel like an asshole.
No, you're fine, dude. You're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maggie Sawyer. That's who it was. Maggie Sawyer.
Yeah. But speaking of the CW, dude, that Ruby Rose thing is becoming a true mess. Like, holy shit! Like that is just awful. Like, okay, guess what, guys? You guys hear this? Did you guys hear like one of the crew members came out and like ousted Ruby Rose, like one of the below the line people as well? This was during the strikes where like on the eve of happening, he said, you know what, I got nothing to lose, and he just aired the dirty laundry of like the whole thing there. Like Ruby Rose sort of like mishandling crew members, saying, oh, pick this stuff up there, and she was very mean to crew members. She was always late and stuff like that. I mean, the taps up there, it was that set sounded way worse than like the Thor: The Dark World set, or the or actually no, that wasn't even the worst Marvel set. It was actually Age of Ultron. That one was a clusterfuck. If you knew all the stuff that happened behind the scenes there, like there's a reason why the Avengers cast didn't like defend Joss Whedon. There's a reason why Kevin Feige said he said I'm kind of out, but he was actually fired, by the way. So it was good there. But anyway, but yeah, that was just I don't know who to believe in that situation. Like Ruby Rose to me just feels I think there was elements there, but it's like, yeah, but like from what I've been hearing from people that I've seen work with her on that set, there was like a lot of bullshit on both sides, man. I feel like they both sucked equally in that situation. I feel like the truth's somewhere in the middle there, you know?
That's exactly where I've been. Like when it first came out, I was like, okay, you know, Ruby's making a lot of really strong points, really nailing this down. And then the next day it was like all this other information came out against Ruby, and I was like,
whoa,
well, dang, okay. And then Ruby came out with throwing out emails and all this stuff, and I was just like, this isn't going to end well. This is
not going to end well. It's going to be a giant. I don't know what would be a good analogy for it. Would it be like a train running into with a helicopter speeding towards it with like I think like Hiroshima, not Hiroshima. That's a bad example there.
It's like a bear holding a machine gun, riding a great white shark.
Oh yeah, jumping the shark.
Yeah, like there's nothing good about this scenario at all for anybody, you know. And it just, like you said, I don't know who to believe. I really don't know, like where to go on that one, you know.
Yeah. But again, it's network television, and like the sets there are so high pressure. If you think a movie set's awful, dude, there are so many horror stories from people I know who've worked on like sitcoms where like they were like, what are we, like 42-hour days? Like there were like 3 days where some people couldn't sleep there, and that's why the IATSE strikes were happening, because of like, you know, I mean, we still were like well compensated, but like if like streaming shit now, everything is just more, you know, free flowing. Oh yeah, we could maybe kind of pay, but we don't have a contract specifically, and blah, 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 and you know, and everybody gets kind of like defensive. Everybody gets like very like, okay, if they're not, don't give a shit about me, like why should I care about them there? And it's sort of like that, and everybody just gets very, you know, everybody shows their dark side. They know who the true enemies are, and there you go. And again, I'm sorry for rambling there. I mean, I feel like I'm not composing myself there. It's just you know, it's just it's a crazy town. Tinseltown is full of it's a beautiful place, but it's an ugly place at the same time,
Well, even my friend Tony, who
Yep.
comes on here, the guy who looks like Ray Liotta,
Yeah.
he has talked about, he's up in
Vancouver.
Vancouver, right? And so
Yeah.
he's got friends who work on those sets. He's got a friend that worked on Batwoman, and according to him, Ruby Rose was absolutely just horrible to work with,
Yeah.
right? And so you hear stories like that, and you just go, well, time will tell, right?
Yeah.
We may never know who was really right and wrong in that situation, but hopefully some clarity comes, because I think it's too bad for everyone. I think it's bad for her because, I'm not going to act like she was the greatest actress on the planet. You know what I mean?
No.
But she's been an up and comer. She's been in
Yeah.
some different movies and films and stuff. And I think that she's done okay. And, and she landed that role, but obviously she got hurt.
Yeah.
She had to have major surgery and then obviously it's not good for the show because the show has been so herky jerky, that it's like, different people coming in and going out. They recast Ruby Rose's character, so they brought her character back, but they recast her with the girl who was on Krypton. And so it's just, I don't know. It's not good for anybody, and it's not good for the fans because it distracts fans away from just being able to watch a show and like it or dislike it. If there's like a bunch of drama going on with all the production all the time. So
Yeah, totally.
yeah. And Aaron, you're probably right. With all this stuff going on, who knows if it'll get a season 4.
I highly doubt it's going to get a
Me
season
too.
4.
Me too.
I'm highly doubtful. And again, I don't even hate the show. It's not terrible, but by the way, goodbye, Josh.
Yeah. See you, Josh.
See you, Josh.
There you go. And the show itself is probably going to be canceled there. I'm like shocked. The Flash is still like going on. It's like crazy.
Oh
like,
my God.
Right.
It's just like it just won't die.
Yeah.
It's like it's on its last legs. But I did like the Infinite Crisis Reserves series back in 2018. That was actually a really good. That was a really good crossover. That was really awesome. And I don't hate the CW. I actually like the CW, but I mean, yeah, I love me some Riverdale, and I'm excited for Sabrina coming in season 6.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be good, but I don't know. It's just the Batwoman thing. I feel like that show just needs to go away for a while and just never come back.
Yeah,
Never.
I just don't feel that it's done what they want it to do, and there's just probably no point of just like trying to continue with it, at this point. But speaking of multiple universes and different things, yeah. So
is it time, Enosh?
No, it's not time yet. We got one more.
Okay.
So this is one that I thought was kind of interesting. If you're a fan of Robin or Nightwing, everybody knows Dick Grayson was the original Robin, right? Dick Grayson was the first Robin. You had Jason Todd, who was the second Robin. You had Tim Drake, who was the third Robin, and so on and so forth. Now we're on Damian Wayne, and so there's been all these different people. Well, a new comic called Robins is challenging that, and so I'm really curious for all the DC folks in here. I wish William was around because I would really like to know what William has to say about this, because they're challenging now. They're kind of changing things a little bit, but it says in Robin's #1, Nightwing is challenged for the title of DC's first Robin by a violent anonymous figure who claims to have been Batman's first protege, which I think is kind of interesting because, like, Jason Todd was also a violent anonymous figure who came in, who was a Robin. So, so here's some spoilers. If you're going to read Robin's #1, it does give you some spoil. It does give a spoiler warning, but I mean, it's a comic, so I don't know. I'm okay with reading it. It says the debut issue of Robins is already setting up a massive showdown between Batman's 5 previous Robins and an anonymous assailant challenging Nightwing for the title of the very first Robin. Robin's #1 sees Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, Stephanie Brown, and Damian Wayne joining forces to fight a terrorist cell in Bloodhaven before retiring to an apartment for a bat family
Robin Roundtable. Their meeting doesn't last long, though, with their unknown assassin throwing down the gauntlet early on. Batman's legacy of taking in struggling children and molding them into fighting proteges has received a lot of negative attention recently, with many wondering if other heroes should intervene on the Dark Knight's unhealthy pattern. Besides all the day-to-day trauma that comes with being Robin, Jason Todd, who goes by the Red Hood, literally died for the mission, although he was famously resurrected with a Lazarus pit. Dick Grayson, who now fights independently as Nightwing, has always been referred to as Batman's first Robin. But what if there was someone before him? Robin's number 1 is written by Tim Seeley with art by Baldemar Rivas, and sees the 5 current and former Robins meet to discuss and finally decide whether being Batman's sidekick was a good thing or not. Each of Batman's sidekicks reflect on their own experience of being Robin, coming to different conclusions about how their time under Batman has impacted them. Simultaneously, while in a crowded park, a hooded figure returns a fallen Robin chick to its nest in a seemingly compassionate action before suddenly detonating a grenade, killing the family of Robins as well as several innocent bystanders. She references her replacements as Robin by saying, "That's what we do to the boys who kick us out of the nest." And here you can see the...
That's nice artwork, by the way. Who illustrated that? I'm just curious.
Let's see. Did it say? It said who wrote it.
If you can't find it, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't think. I think it was up. It was up here somewhere. Yeah, I don't see. It says who, Tim Seeley. Oh, with art by Baldemar Rivas. I think that's how you pronounce it, Baldemar Rivas. But yeah, so so there's the artwork right there. Blowing up, yep. And then this character right here says, "And you tell them love, and that's what we do to the boys who kick us out of the nest." So she's taking the Robins away there. So it says the meeting of the Green Underwear Squad. That's great.
The Green Underwear Squad.
The Green Underwear Squad is quickly interrupted after Tim Drake notices that his Bat computer has locked him out before the front door is kicked down by a harried man. This man reports that someone got him out of the prison Blackgate before he is identified as DeClane, a member of the first gang that Dick Grayson ever took down as Robin. DeClane mentions that others were let out as well, including Garzonas, that innocent creep, and the Shadid girl. The Robins quickly realize that each of these names represents their gauntlets, or the first major enemies they took down as their respective Robin. DeClane is about to warn the gathered heroes of an even greater threat before he is shot and killed with a sniper bullet through the head. While the gathered Robins don't know this yet, their assailant is a young woman dressed as Robin who declares herself to be the very first one, indicating she was Robin before Dick Grayson ever was. There are countless possibilities as to who this woman could be. Batman fought crime for years before taking in Dick and training him to become his supposedly first Robin. So there is a chance that there is a yet unrevealed sidekick before Nightwing. This woman also resembles Robin King, or King Robin, from the Dark Multiverse, potentially revealing that the Dark Multiverse still has agents on Prime Earth. Be sure to pick up Robin's number 1 and its ongoing issues to solve the mystery of who the true first Robin is. DL, you're a DC fan. What do you make of this?
I don't care about this.
No?
No.
Not a fan of Robin?
No, I love Robin, but we're making another... Like, you're saying there's a Robin before Nightwing? Why do we need that? There's been 3 Robins already. Why do we need to add a 4th one? And like
well,
2 of the
Robins...
Robins...
five or 6 now. You got 5 or 6 now.
I mean, okay, yeah. I guess I'm mainly...
You got Katie Kelly, Damian Wayne... and then who's this new girl? This Stephanie? Is it Stephanie?
Stephanie Brown? What is it?
Yeah, Stephanie Brown. Yeah, I don't know too much about her. I haven't read too much about her, but I mean that's 6.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know?
I mainly had Tim Drake, Dick Grayson, and Jason Todd in mind for some
Yeah,
reason. But
yeah.
but yeah, like I said, okay, yeah, you named all these freaking Robins. Why do we need to add another one? Like, I don't care about this. It's hard for me to care. Like, what's this character gonna add that the other Robins haven't already? You know, it's just too much. And then adding more to question, how many wards has Batman got? Like, it just
Right?
seems so excessive at this point. So no, I don't care to read about this. I don't. I mean, it may end up being good. I don't know, but it's just like it's unnecessary. It's really unnecessary.
Yeah. So Paul says hashtag Dick came first.
Dick. Oh man, that can like be interpreted in a variety of different ways. Oh
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Dick, you better be careful there, Power buddy. You don't want to be getting mixed signals there, my man.
Right. Look, Golden Cheese. Yeah, it says you guys see all the Robins and Titans. So I mean, yeah, I mean we got 3 Robins and Titans. But I like that. I liked seeing Dick Grayson. I like seeing Dick Grayson as the older, Robin, kind of training everyone else, or like bringing Red Hood under his tutelage, because that's Jason Todd.
And I mean, the difference is that 2 of the Robins evolved to somebody else, so it's not distracting that there's 3 Robins.
Yeah,
Red Hood, Nightwing, and then Tim Drake. But yeah,
well, because Tim Drake becomes Red Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like Damian Wayne being Robin because it is Batman's son, because like the rest of them, like started off as, his wards or whatever, or like adopted sons. So I think it makes sense that like now the one that's there is like his actual son. And I think that raises the stakes,
Yeah.
A little bit. But, I think there's a segment of people who they don't like Robin.
Oh, who doesn't love Robin, man? Come on.
Well, Bradley here says I prefer solo Batman stories without Robin, to be honest.
Oh, come on. Wouldn't you want a Tom? Don't you want a Tom Holland Robin like playing with Robert Pattinson's Batman? Come on, that would be like pure gold for like us cinephiles, especially since they both been like great movies together. Have you guys seen Lost City of Z and Trouble All the Time?
Yeah.
Those are just fantastic. Those 2 are great together.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Like if you got Tom Holland on there, man, you're jumping the shark on that
one. Was that directed by Cameron? Carmen Pasha, the great Carmen Pasha.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know some crazy stuff about that guy and people he's worked with, man. There's a reason why he's been ousted, man. He wasn't ousted. The people just disassociated with him. He just kind of, the guy's a little, I wouldn't say crazy because that's being over exaggerated, but whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, Golden Cheese. I like Robin. Like I'll be honest with you, I was never one that like
Robin.
Right, yeah, right.
Forever, yeah, he was fine.
Yeah, I was never one that like I was never really opinionated about Robin actually until a couple of years ago when I'll be honest with you, watching Titans, like especially Dick Grayson, right? Especially Dick Grayson, seeing Dick Grayson like that way, just it made me love the character of Nightwing, which started making me love Robin. And look, right here, I just happen to have next to me the first appearance of Jason Todd, which is just one of the greatest moments ever because he's stealing the tires off the Batmobile. So I just always thought that was hilarious. But so I've kind of been on this thing lately where it's like I really like the character of Robin, and I think that's why this story stood out to me, was because I like the idea of there being all these Robins and how they have to come together and how they see each other, right? Like how I like the idea of this story where like they're comparing their stories because Batman is crazy.
Yeah.
Batman is nuts, right? And like the fact that he's been bringing kids into his, craziness
for all these years and just like keeps doing it. I think it's interesting to hear from those kids, you know, of like how they're dealing with it, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this will be interesting. Like, is this other person, this girl, was she his first protege? Was she the first Robin? I'm sure there'll be some kind of spin to it, right? You know, but you know, but we shall see. But yeah, that was just an interesting story for me because, like I said, I've been really digging Robin this last couple years. So, you know.
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty cool.
All right, so now.
Okay. No more teasing.
Now,
event.
Now we got here's the deal. Well, first of all, I'll tease you guys. If you guys didn't see this, my good friend Dawson yesterday, he drew this of me, the Macho Man, Enash Fee right there. So you got that. I thought that was pretty cool. You could check out his thing. He actually drew this while we were on his stream with him, and that was fun. So I thought he did a pretty good job on it. I really dig it. So there's that. No, but the main event tonight, and I hope that Andrew Casali is still here because it deals with some stuff that we're going to see coming
Andrew,
up.
Trust me, Andrew, you'll be very much worth it. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So the non-Kino cinephile, I don't know what he's going to share. He says he's got some scoops. I don't typically play the scoop game because I don't know, but I'm more than willing to listen to stuff and and then we'll always hear what it is. But apparently we're getting a first look, and look, take this with a grain of salt because it's a giant freaking robot. Okay, that site, hit or miss. I've seen stuff that they've done that's been reported that's okay, and then I've seen a lot of stuff that's just it reminds me a lot of we got this covered and cosmic book news and whatnot. So
these actually aren't. Can I say one thing though?
Yeah,
these actually aren't from Giant Robot, but these are actually from people that have actually leaked from the set. There, it was actually from somebody that I think it was this Twitter person. I think her name was Ember. She she does have some pretty good ties to the MCU and stuff like that. But these, I can confirm that these photos are legit real. They are actually real. But now this is like a mock-up of what's going to be what's going to be in the movie. But yeah, these concept arts, these are what the designs are going to be. These are all real. All right, and also, yeah, it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, so these were released today. That this is the concept art for. Now, are there pictures of this?
Oh yeah, there's actual pictures of it. Like there's actually here. I'm going to send you a link right here.
You can actually send it right here. If you look at the bottom of your screen through StreamYard, where it says share, you can actually pull up your picture, and then you can and if you have your picture pulled up, you can just share it from there. It'll ask you where you want to share it from.
Okay.
So you go to share
screen. There we go. Got it.
Yep. And then it should pop up on our end so that we can actually.
Some Preston's there. Okay. Can you guys see it?
No, it hasn't popped up yet. No.
Right.
You have to pick it because when you hit share, you go share screen, and then you go to where it says you'll have three different parts, and you'll have window in the middle. And so if you have that picture open, you go to window, the middle tab, and it'll show all the ones you have open, and then you click on that one and then hit share.
It's weirdly not letting me do that. It's kind of weird, but anyway.
If you want to send it to me, on Twitter, I can just pull it that way too.
But yeah, speaking of which, dude, these pictures are legit. They're actually from costume fittings. Like the Green Goblin photo was actually from the first 2 day was from day 3 production, I believe. That's
really
from what I've been hearing, and yeah, and yeah, it's pretty cool. So they have Tobey Maguire's suit in the movie. He's, by the way, all 3 Spider-Man are in the movie. All right, it's
okay.
People have known that. My buddy Andy has confirmed that. Dude, they're in the movie. They're all in the movie. Now, how big a role in the movie? I can confirm they're definitely a big part of the film. They play a very big part in Peter's journey throughout the movie because it's kind of a meta commentary on like the whole Spider-Man series as a whole from like the past couple of generations there, and it's going to be a very wild ride, man. It's definitely one of John Watts' better movies, I think.
Okay.
I feel like there's a reason why Kevin Feige hired him on for Fantastic Four. Like this movie, like the way he pitched it to him, and like the way like the writers, and actually I can confirm this. The writers of this movie that did Far From Home and Homecoming, or actually they didn't do Homecoming, are actually going to be writing Fantastic Four as well. So,
Really?
the reason why they're putting a lot of stake in this is because again, the movie the movie is shaping up to be really good there. But anyway, I sent you the pics right there.
Yep, I'm bringing it up right now, and
Look at
I just saved it. And
there's actually a couple more here. There's a couple more.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh wow, okay.
Yes, these are real.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, look at this.
Well,
There's
hello
another
there.
one here. This
Okay.
was there's a third picture. This is from like Andrew's first costume testing.
Okay.
This was in December. This was like in the middle production. He came in actually right in the middle of
Guys, get ready for this because this is actually dang. Okay.
There's one more here. There's one on the black suit as well. Not the symbiote there. That's a separate one.
Okay.
But yeah. But again, I cannot take credit for these scoop. This was somebody else's, but these are legit real pictures here. Look at that. Look at these.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saving them here for this. So,
Yeah. Love it.
Now hold on. I'm looking at this. Is that what I think it is?
Yes.
They're going there.
But the black suit? No, not that one.
No. What's the black suit one? That's just. I'll bring that one up too. But no, I'm talking about that bottom one.
The bottom one of Tobey Maguire?
Is that Tobey Maguire suit?
Yes.
Because
it is.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, what that actually looks like is the suit from the 1970s show.
Oh, no, not that one. That's not the one there. But that's a mock-up of Tobey Maguire's new suit. It's basically the same suit he wore from like Spider-Man 3, but they had to like remake it. They couldn't like archive it because the archives like just didn't fit him. And you have to like refit the whole thing. Trust me, I've done fabric work on that. It's a pain in the ass. Trust me. But yeah, you might as well make a whole suit there. But yeah, these are legit real. It's gonna be really cool, and it's really awesome.
Okay, I'm just saving these over here so we can all take a look at these at the same time. Okay, so
And do you know that Andrew Garfield picture from a couple of months back?
Yeah,
that was actually real. Sony kind of like had to cover up the whole thing there because the whole thing. But that was legit real. It was. You'll see a shot like that in the movie. There, trust me, it's too good looking not to be fake. Like that was like a whole like marketing scheme there. And for those wondering when the second trailer is going to drop, it's not going to be next week. And here's another scoop. The Morbius trailer, I've heard from Daniel Rickman, will be dropping next Tuesday.
Okay.
There's that, but that's not the big scoop I have here. But that's
okay.
It's adjacent projects there. But yeah, these. That's
okay, so we got this. This is the mock-up, and then here are the 3 suits.
Yep. That's them right there. And again, I know people say, "Oh, this is fake," there, but like the thing is with that see that Tom Holland Spider-Man suit right there.
Mm-hmm.
That is just a comparison. Like have a screen test of all of them there, but like the suit that he wears on shooting, it doesn't have like the strap there. But this was just for like photo shoot stuff there, for like after the movie comes out, because once the cat's out of the bag, that like once the movie's released, there's going to be a bunch of Tobey Maguire merch. There's going to be a bunch of Andrew Garfield merch. There's going to be a lot of merch. There's going to be a lot of merch, on them. And
I'm sure. Yeah, I mean,
yes.
why not take advantage of that? Okay, so there's that one. Then here is the
that's a
here's
stunt
that.
double.
Yeah, that's the stunt double, but in the suit. That's wow. Now, see, I like that. I like that.
Yep.
Of course, Andrew's out for the night. Like,
oh, come on, Andrew.
Come on, man. This is what you were waiting for, bro.
Come on, man. Oh, geez, not cool, Andrew. You make a big pot stir, and then you try to cause some stirring stuff. Then you don't show up for the pie. Come on, man.
What do you think of this, DL?
I mean, it looks all right.
Oh,
it looks interesting, I guess.
I don't know about the goggles. I don't know about the goggles.
The goggles, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's after he's fought Spider-Man because like you can see the damage. I mean, it looks very similar, to the old suit, but yet just without the helmet.
Yeah.
And then because it looks like he's got some damage here on his chest and various spot. Hold on, damage there, but I don't know about the goggles, man. The goggles look a little strange.
Apparently, there's rumors that like this is. I mean, as you said, this is gonna what he starts with, and then later on in the movie, he's gonna have the helmet and more
I
gold
can
suit.
confirm that, but yeah. Anyway, speaking of Green Goblin's goal in the movie, but Green Goblin's the main villain of the movie. Like he is definitely he's going to be. If you thought he was crazy in Sam Raimi's 2002 film, dude, he is going to be a brutal monster in this movie. He's going to be very manipulative. He's going to basically use Spider-Man's emotions against him. It's going to be crazy. Like he's gonna be fucking wild, dude. And he might kill a certain character in the movie. Just saying.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Now, see, this looks to me though like the 1970s almost. Like
Yeah.
with the way that the face is and the eyes and and stuff. I mean, I know it doesn't have the eye plates on or whatever, but
Yep.
it's very similar to that. I mean, I don't know.
This is Tobey Maguire's suit
Tobey Maguire's okay.
getting actually like put together there. It's from the webbing, it's from the backs and stuff like that, and yeah,
So there's
it's
that,
pretty
and then
cool.
this is that black and gold suit?
Yeah. Do you want to know what this is actually? It's actually the red and black suit, like flipped backwards because like somebody throws paint on the suit at the beginning of the movie, and he has to
I
like.
read that today.
Yep, that I can confirm that is actually there. Now, like they had to change the bottom parts because they weren't actually fitting up there, but so they fixed that with CGI. But yeah, the suit actually looks pretty cool to me. Actually, it's Peter kind of like trying to like sort of like outsmart the thing here because like if he has pan there, he wants to make it look better, so he had to like flip it over to side. It's kind of using his like intellect to sort of like think on the fly there, and that's mostly what he's going to be doing throughout the movie. He's going to be thinking on the fly. He's going to be he's gonna he's gonna be he's not gonna have his shit together very much. And Doctor Strange, it's gonna be a roller coaster of emotions, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Mm. Well, yeah, I haven't seen these. Yvonne says Andrew saw them on Jarbo and lost it, so Jarbo had them apparently.
Yep, he did. I know. I also dropped some
fine.
scoop with him as well last night, but I'll share some of that here.
So hold on, what was that? Okay, so that was the those were those. So I mean, it's interesting. Like I have thought that that probably, I mean, ever since the information's come out, I have felt like that it was true that the three were going to be in there. I've hoped for it. Look, as a Spider-Man fan, as a fan of all three of those Spider-Man portrayals, I have hoped that was true because I think it's cool. You got the Spider-Verse, and while you have the people to do it,
yeah,
that's when you want to do it.
There you go.
And if you got a movie that's going to deal with the multiverse, I mean, that's when you want to pull the trigger on it. And so I think it's going to be interesting though to see some of those villains with these characters, and I still say the one problem that I do have with it is if you introduce Green Goblin, Doc Ock, Electro, and others into the Tom Holland universe, as the original ones, like who've been in all these other movies, and I guess we're getting Lizard and Sandman too, right? So you got all these villains like that are going to show up, but they're all the old actors, they're all the old versions of them, like. It kind of ruins it for them ever like being able to like introduce those characters properly in Tom Holland's universe, like sending him back to being like neighborhood Spider-Man and like, well, here's his Green Goblin, or here's his Electro, or here's his Doc Ock. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like, so it's a trade-off. I feel, and
I mean, I can't help but feel like this is kind of a novelty act. I mean, I'm sure everyone's gonna have a lot of feelings, when seeing Toby and Andrew coming back, but it's like in the expense of Tom Holland's development because we
Trust
haven't
me,
got enough of him.
Trust me, the movie's going to be very much about Tom Holland and like finding his place in the world. Like actually, because again, the main thesis of the movie, what it's actually going to be about, is like him trying to sort of like reconciliate with like his mistakes there, and like the reason why all this happens because like he couldn't like just he couldn't like just let Doctor Strange finish the spell there and said, "Oh, I have everybody to know there," and then it's sort of like him sort of like dealing with the guilt there, and actually, the villains. This has actually been way before, but I confirm this. But the villains kind of like forced Tom Holland to set them free again because they kind of guilt tripped and saying, "Oh, Peter Parker kills all these villains in the universe," which is true there, and he sort of like it kind of fucks up his mind there, and then like it leads to this fight with Doctor Strange and stuff like that with like the cube thing, and that's still with Doctor Strange pushing him out there, but. Yeah, again, I see what you guys are saying, and I totally understand that, but trust me, once you see the movie, it's gonna be pretty cool. And I can confirm one more thing: this won't be the last time you see Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire.
Oh no, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
I'm just saying.
No.
Just saying.
No, I don't want that. No.
Just saying.
No.
Yeah.
I
There's a
don't
reason
care.
why they're in this movie. Besides novelty.
Bruh. If they're gonna try to do Spider-Man 4 and make it Spider-Man 3, no. It's
Well,
no.
I'm not saying they are, but
I mean, you don't say anything,
talks
but you just saying that this is not the last time we're going to be seeing them. That's initiating. They're going to try and do more films with them, and I'm like, no,
No,
fuck that.
actually, that's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't fucking put words in my mouth. All right,
I'm just messing
Come on.
with you, bro. Okay.
Don't put words in my mouth. But yeah. Do you guys want to hear some more Marvel scoops out of that, or do you
Go for it, man? Shoot him. Like I said, I can't independently verify any of this, but you know what? It's fun to listen to.
Somebody's gonna look online also as well. So like there you go. But yeah. I mean again.
Anthony says if I see Toby doing another movie, I'm walking out of the theater.
Oh come on, Anthony! You know you're gonna go see the movie. Get out of here!
I do not want
Get
to
out of
see a
here,
late
Anthony.
40s Spider-Man. Like I'm tolerating it in this movie, but like after this point, like oh my gosh.
Well, So
right.
but speaking of like Sam Raimi, I was able to like get a hold of like some Doctor Strange stuff like for his second movie there, and dude, holy shit, it's gonna be pure Sam Raimi craziness. Like, dude, if you thought Wanda was pure, it was kind of evil in WandaVision, dude, she's gonna be absolutely insane. She's going to kill a lot of people in this movie, and though though Grace was right, they are doing reshoots, but it's not to like fix the Wanda stuff. It's actually to add a little bit more of cameo stuff, and I heard maybe they might put like Tobey Maguire in the movie for like a brief second, maybe, but I can't really confirm that. But there were some talks about that, so there's that going there. And also, I heard and yes, that Professor X thing is he's actually going to be in the movie. Like that's the reason why we're doing the reshoots, because like now they actually had time to schedule him to put him into the movie, and there's that, and it's going to be crazy.
As McAvoy.
Yeah, not James McAvoy. It's going to be Patrick Stewart. It's an alternate version of like Professor X. It's different. It's not the same one from the X-Men universe, the Foxverse. It's a different one. It's from a timeline where Monica Rambeau is Captain Marvel, and here's one more thing. You guys ready for it? Two What If characters are going to appear live action in What If, in Doctor Strange 2. And you know who those two are going to be?
I'm guessing Captain Britain.
Yes,
yeah,
correct. Captain Carter.
Yeah, Captain
and,
Carter.
Stephen Strange. Yeah, they're going to be in the movie. Like Captain Carter's going to be like part of the Illuminati, but she's going to be like a small part of the film. But Supreme Strange, he's going to be real crazy. And
I figured that now. So do you know this, or I mean, You tell me what you're like. The Doctor Strange that opens up the multiverse and does all this craziness.
Yep. What up?
Is it actually the Doctor Strange that we know and love, or is it the crazy Doctor Strange?
Oh, which I'm actually confused there. Like, which one?
Like, okay, so like, because I have thought that it's very out of character for the Doctor Strange that we've known, right? Who's very careful about everything now, right? Who has very strict rules about everything, and like he's all acting out of character, winking at Peter, and like, yeah, hey, we'll just open up the multiverse, or we'll just open up all this stuff and like change things for you willy nilly. Where like he won't even do some of that stuff for himself, you know what I mean? Like, and we just saw in What If that the one who would do that and try to go back and change things or whatever is the what did you call him, the Supreme Strange or whatever. So is our Doctor Strange like somehow like locked away somewhere, or like isn't existing or something, or is like
Nope. That is all bullshit.
Okay.
Want to know why? Because here's the thing. So like the thing about like Doctor Strange in Spider-Man Homecoming is that Doctor Strange isn't really a mentor figure. He's more of a friend, and he's trying to help Peter out. But Peter's like all over the place. He's just like crazy. He's just like, oh my God, what the fuck's happening? He's like a teenager. And like Doctor Strange trying to like contain that because, like he's trying to like fix him there. And like he's trying to stop Peter from like unleashing all these villains on everything. And like, like Doctor Strange is trying to like, like it's more parental, as he like said in the interview there, and he's kind of like that. But as for Doctor Strange in the movie, like his movie, so like the main goal of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is to protect this character, America Chavez, who I can teleport through portals like without breaking. But like Wanda, like whenever she like goes like through dimensions, she like starts to like break. She like her reality starts breaking. And there's actually like a photo I'm going to send you, Enosh, right here. Actually, I think it's I think I got it on my computer right here. It's one sec here, but there was actually like these previs shots there, and these are actually real, by the way. And okay, where is it? Right here. It's right here, and she actually possesses a version of herself from an alternate dimension, and like as actually the right. Okay, there it is. I'm really sorry for like waiting.
No, you're good, man. You're good. You're good.
There it is. Right here. It's right here. You see it right here. Okay, so I sent you sent you these three right here.
Okay.
Look at that. So I look at the middle one right there.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch up here instead of trying to take the time to save them. Yeah. I'm just gonna show them directly from here. So hold on a second. So I'm gonna show this. So this is
a new one, by the way. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. So DL, am I selling you on this yet?
Say it again.
Hey, am I selling you on this?
I mean,
but like as the movie goes on, she like gets more zombie like, she gets more crazy, and she actually kills the whole Illuminati thing as well. Like I should have probably said that, but she's just trying to find her children. That's her main goal throughout the movie. And Doctor Strange is trying to like reconcile, like, should I kill this person, or should I like lead her down a better path? And at the end of the movie, it's more of an ambiguous thing. But yeah, no, it's going to be probably one of their darker sequels there, and it's very Sam Raimi. So that's why they kind of hired him on. The reason why Scott Derrickson left is because like it felt a little bit too Wanda centric, and like he had a hard time balancing out Wanda in the Doctor Strange story, and he just kind of left from that. But yeah, that's pretty much everything I kind of got from that there. And
let me show. I just don't want to show DMs and stuff here. So we got this other picture here.
Oh yeah, pretty cool.
So hold on a second. So,
yep.
Really?
Yep. That's real. That's previs. Yeah, and you know where they are exactly. They're actually like in this like facility in the universe right there, and I'm not really sure like how it happens, but like Professor X's trying to like reason with her, but she can't like break through it, and she ends up doing something, and I'm not gonna spoil that part, but it's very brutal. Like
But this is gonna be Patrick Stewart though.
Yep, from what I've heard.
finally in his little hover chair.
Yep.
Are they gonna
From what I've
de-age
heard, it's actually like it's a big prop. They actually got a big prop there, and yeah, it's really it's gonna be kind of crazy, man. You know, if it's not Patrick Stewart, you can call my bullshit, but he's in the movie. He's in the movie.
Are
All
they
right.
gonna de-age him?
Nope. He's gonna be his regular age. He's gonna be just 80. He's gonna be like the main leader of the Illuminati as well there. And it's not like our Illuminati, it's gonna be like a different alternate reality Illuminati. And there's this thing where he's captured by Illuminati because he's like busted by like them because he's like going for all these dimensions trying to get away from Wanda with America Chavez and Wong. And there's also this other there's also the and also like Tom Cruise. Like there was actually discussions of Tom Cruise actually making an appearance as Tony Stark in the world where like the Ultron, where he's actually able to perfect the Ultron program, but I can't really confirm that. But yeah, Ultron will kind of make an appearance in the movie, like the Legion of Ultron, not Ultron itself. So that's kind of cool as well. And they kind of work with the Illuminati. It's a really fun, it's a really fun sequence there. It's gonna be really cool there. It's gonna be full of like fun Marvel Easter eggs. It's gonna be a wild ride, fellas. You know, and you'd kind of expect that from the guy that wrote Loki and the director of the first two, no, the Spider-Man trilogy. So it's gonna be kind of crazy. And I know you guys are like definitely like I don't know what this means, but you know, there you go.
Look, it's interesting. I know Bradley's like, as I said before, Patrick Stewart is done with Professor X. He's doing Picard and he's getting up there in age, dude. But you know what, dude? Like, you know, the only thing that makes me actually believe this is like I think that Patrick Stewart loves to act. It's literally in his blood. Like that guy is like the type of person like he's gonna keep acting until he just can't do it anymore. So I don't know. I don't know. Anthony Beltray here says, I want James McAvoy, Professor X back, not Patrick. I know that there's James was talking about like he would love to come back for the role. But yeah. And then we got Todd in here, our resident, our resident Marvel guy, says, "Come on, WB, sell DC to Disney." That ain't gonna happen.
No,
that ain't ever gonna happen. That ain't ever gonna happen. But of course, I mean, he's like, you know, I agree, Anthony. Kevin Feige inspires so many people. So many people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of crazy, man. And oh, by the way, those Matt Murdock rumors are actually true. By the way, he's gonna be appearing up in a lot of Marvel projects in the next couple of years. I'm not sure about the Spider-Man one just yet. I still have to look through that, but he's definitely in She-Hulk. He's definitely in the show.
Okay.
And there is some like talk of Jim Carrey.
I saw that today. Yeah, I saw that today.
That's still in talks. That's actually not confirmed yet. They're actually in early talks.
As
still.
MODOK?
Yep, early talks.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. I mean, MODOK is kind of a weird character.
Yep.
On his own, right? So
Yeah.
you know, who knows? But I don't hate the idea of Jim Carrey being MODOK. To be quite honest with you, you know.
Yeah.
But wow, that's interesting, man. Well, I appreciate you, you know, sharing this with it. We'll know. We will all know how good these scoops are.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate you coming in though and telling us about that because I mean, like I love the pictures because I hadn't seen any of these pictures, man. I've been looking at other stuff all weekend. I never saw the actual pictures. All I saw was the concept art pictures for that. So I didn't get a chance to actually see that. And I think it's cool to actually be able to see the actual I mean it's on the guy, but all I saw was these concept art pictures here. And to actually see it like in real life,
definitely delete those after the stream because I don't want you to get copyrighted. Just delete them from like Twitter and stuff like that. But yeah, no, these are all legit stuff there, and I'm like shocked that like they haven't been taken down yet. It's really, it kind of shows you like how kind of crazy. Oh, and okay, one more scoop. One more scoop.
All right.
There's a big fight in Eternals. As somebody has seen Eternals, that kind of plays in the Black Panther 2 with Namor there, so We'll drop a T there, you know.
Okay.
There you go. So
Okay.
yeah, you know, just final punch for it right there, right?
Well, there you go. There you go. So hey, so there's some stuff to look forward to, and we'll be paying attention, and then you know, yeah, man.
Yeah.
That added a punch to the end of the show because all I had was the concept art to take a look at. So that's
Yeah. So Enosh, out of the scoops, which one are you more excited for? I'm just curious.
I mean, look, I'm excited for the 3 Spider-Man. I'm more excited for the Spider-Man stuff. The Multiverse of Madness thing,
Yeah.
there's a lot there to process.
Yeah.
You know, as far as like the Professor X thing. I'm not a bit like I liked WandaVision. I'm not a big fan of what's her name though. I mean, I like the actress. I like what's her name, you know, who plays what's her name?
Who?
The chick in WandaVision.
Yeah, narrows it down a lot.
The villain. I'm sorry, the villain in
Agatha Harkness.
Agatha. Yeah, right. Agatha.
She's
right.
Not, she's not in the movie, so you don't have to worry about that.
Well, there you go. But you know, like, and you know, I don't know. That whole part is fine. I like the idea of them actually putting Peggy Carter in there. I like that, and I like the idea of that Doctor Strange because as you're watching What If, it makes sense that they would do that because at first I think everybody just thought What If was just going to be these throwaway stories that nobody, you know, cared about. And I think to have those 2 in it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And I like the Spider-Man thing. I agree with Bradley. They better do that Spider-Man meme.
There's a pointing scene in the movie.
There you go. That's what I want to see.
There's a pointing scene in the movie. All right.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
DL's like, no, I don't want it.
Well, shut up, DL. You're gonna eat it and like it. Damn it.
I'm not going to just take it and eat it and like it. No.
You will take it and eat it, sir.
No.
You'll say thank you.
I
sir,
need it to be a
another.
good movie before instead of just giving me fan service. Like, what is this? Okay. All right. We'll see.
Tell us, DL. Tell us your true feelings.
Come on, DL. Come on. It's okay.
All right. So you want to know my true feelings? This doesn't feel like a movie. No Way Home doesn't feel like a movie. It literally just feels like fan service. I don't understand this. I mean, I do understand the story, but it just feels so out there. Like people are talking more about Andrew and Toby coming back than Tom Holland's Spider-Man. It is actually his movie, and I understand he's probably going to go through an arc or whatever, but it just feels so backwards. Like oh my God, why is all this stuff happening? I don't know.
Yeah.
I really want to be excited for this. I really do. But it's just, there's just too many factors that's going in. It's like, I don't know. I'm just, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just have a headache.
I can see where it'd be frustrating because I mean you want a good story in there, and I hope that it's not just fan service. I mean because Big Dub says Disney says eat it, DL.
Eat it, damn it, eat it, DL.
No.
Eat it.
No.
Just eat it.
But look, you start playing you're playing around with multiverse stuff and multiple versions of characters and stuff, and so I mean I think some of that is to be expected. You know that that's why I don't really I don't have a problem with 3 different Spider-Men in it because I feel like okay we've the animated Spider-Verse movie for example that's brilliant. That was done so well. If they can capture any of that in live action, I'm in.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Well, that's pretty much what they're doing.
I'm in.
That's pretty much what they're doing.
If they can really capture that kind of lightning, like, but in a live action setting, and I mean,
you know, look, I'm not of the mind that every Marvel movie is just perfect. You know, Todd here, you know, will say Feige is God, you know, and has made no mistakes, you know, along the way. But I feel that they're having some mistakes. So like my concern is I just hope that they actually pull it off. Like if that's what they're doing, if that's what's in there, that they pull it off and that they do it well. And you know, like, look, I'm a sucker for nostalgia, right? So like I'm a sucker for like, yeah, I want to see the scene where they all point at each other because that's a fun thing. But I don't want that to take over the movie either. You know what I mean? I don't.
It's going to though. You know it's going to. The moment they announce or they're teasing that these two are coming in this movie, you know that's all it's going to be about, or what people are going to be talking about. Yeah. That's what's frustrating. I don't even have that big of an attachment to Toby and Andrew to be like, oh, I really need to see this so badly. I'm not pro Toby. I'm not pro Andrew. I'm not even pro Holland, you know, because none of them are perfect as Spider-Man. I'm going to throw that in right now.
Are you Spider-Gnostic, sir?
They all have their own.
I don't think you heard you. You're Spider-Gnostic.
Spider-Gnostic, sir?
Spider-Gnostic? I mean, no. No. I mean, they all have their own specific, you know, unique stuff they bring to the character. But at the same time, they're not perfect. They all have their issues. So it's like, you know, I don't feel this big of a nostalgia where it's like I need to see them again in a multiverse movie. And even if they are going to do that, they haven't built up Tom Holland enough for me. Am I saying Tom Holland is a bad Spider-Man? No, I enjoy him quite a bit, but I feel like we only scratched the surface with him. Yeah. And if the rumors are going around that this is the last Tom Holland Spider-Man movie,
no, it is not. I guarantee you that it's not the last one.
I don't think it's.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say in this scenario, if it is, you barely did anything with the character. And now, if you're going to continue after this and have do regular Spider-Man, like Enosh said earlier, you already spoiled him having his own Doc Ock and Green Goblin and Electro, whatever, because you already established a Sinister Six, a multiverse Sinister Six, to go against Tom Holland Spider-Man. So if they try and do that again, it's like, oh, we already did this. Like, come on now.
Well, and you know, DL, like we were talking about earlier tonight on Pop Culture, right? Like Pop Culture Corner is. Also, this Spider-Man literally is not even out of high school yet, and he's already been in space. Yeah. He's already had the Iron Spider suit, and like he's already got all these like robotic suits and everything that like aren't just the normal one that he just made, right? So he started out like it was gonna be like he was the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and as soon as he got started, Tony Stark was like, "Hey, no, kid. I'm going to give you this suit," right? And all of a sudden it just like blew up. Like he started off with like, "Hey, I'm Spider-Man." And then it was like, "No, I'm something bigger." And then it was like, "Here's the Iron Spider suit." And hey, here you're an Avenger. And hey, now you're in space. And now you're part of the Infinity Gauntlet. And now you're part of this and you're part of that. And then now we just saw him, you know, now we're seeing him in the multiverse, right? And so we got the Spider-Verse and this multiverse of madness. And he's doing all these things and everything. And he's meeting all these villains from other Spider-Verses and all these things. If you do another trilogy where he just goes to college, who the heck does he fight? Like, how do you rein all that in and go? Because like I've had people tell me, well, yeah, but they're going to get to that. You know, she's going to be like the normal Spider-Man. They're going to let him rest or whatever after doing all this stuff. And it's like, how the heck do you tell a compelling story like when you haven't ramped up to all that stuff? You literally threw Tom Holland into the middle of it to make Spider-Man super cool because you wanted to do something different. I get it. Right, because they didn't just want to do the same thing, right? But we literally like have gotten like, hey, there's an Uncle Ben. We don't know anything about him. Don't know who he is. Don't know what he is. He obviously didn't have too big of an influence on Peter because Peter never talks about him. Peter is not inspired by him. Apparently, Peter's more inspired by Tony Stark than he is. His own uncle, because that's all he talks about is Tony Stark. And so like, how do you go back to just him, going to college and being Spider-Man again? I mean, without doing something just kind of infuriating. And that is at the end of this multiverse thing, resetting it all and saying, well, yep, Nobody knows he's Spider-Man again, and he just goes back to being regular Spider-Man again. And then you're just going to be like, but we know.
Yeah.
Right.
The audience
everything
knows.
else doesn't feel inferior compared to what he's already been doing. He's done all the big stakes and all the stuff with multiverse, Avengers, suits, whatever. And now we want to give him normal development after that?
Yeah. As somebody that's like really loved the Tom Holland Spider-Man stuff, like I mean, I really love actually. I'm like the rare guy that actually really loves Far From Home more than Homecoming. I totally get what you guys are saying. But I would say the thing that I kind of really like about the Iron Man and Spidey dynamic is that throughout because like throughout the other two Spider-Man series, we only like saw new Uncle Ben for like a full movie, and he kind of dies off at the end. And though I think the dynamic for that is actually like really good, I kind of liked how like their like relationship kind of grew from like movie to movie to movie with Iron Man and Spider-Man. Like when he dies, he kind of like has to bear the responsibility of being like his successor in a way. And then he realized, like, look, just because I'm not Iron Man doesn't mean I can't like save the world there. And he kind of like, like the legacy there. And I really liked it about the character for that one. But that's just me. But as for his future, he's not going to go fully back to Sony, but he's not going to have like another trilogy. That is I don't think that's actually going to happen. I think what I think the plans are for now is him sort of like cameo in both Marvel and Sony movies simultaneously. That's pretty much it. It will probably just be like small cameo roles, and I think that's what's going to probably happen for the rest of his future there. And they'll give him more time to like do like fun stuff like like Cherry or like other stuff. And he's going to be doing Uncharted as well. So he's a busy boy that Holland kid is, right?
Yeah.
If he's what is a good like come on, Enosh. What is a good what is a pun for Holland? I guess he's over the no, I can't. I was gonna say Sonyland, but like that doesn't make sense either, I don't know.
He's just I don't know, man. He's torn between two different things. Like now they're starting, this Sony verse where you got Venom, right?
Yeah.
You got Morbius. You're gonna have Craven. You're gonna have all these other things. So I mean, there are still other stories that you can tell. But again, Big Dub here says, they'll still have. I didn't even see that. So yeah, they still have Craven, Fisk, Scorpion. Yeah, I get that. But
why like doing another trilogy after like the multiverse thing? And he kind of like, I mean, yeah, if you want like a grounded Spider-Man, just watch fucking Homecoming or something like that, or like fucking watch the first two like Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies, like.
But is he even? But see, that's the thing though. Is the longevity of this Spider-Man like now you got Feige talking about like they're working this out where like because they don't want to lose Spider-Man again. They want him to be an Avenger. They want him to be involved. And they want
he's gonna do cameo roles. That's what's going to happen. Like it's all going to be cameo roles, and I think that's probably. I don't
know, man. If this movie breaks through the way that I think it's going to,
yeah.
Okay, because look, the other two movies they've done super well, right?
Iron Man 3 broke $1 billion, and
yeah, I mean, like yeah. I just don't see them relegating Spider-Man at this point. I don't think that he's done like yes, this will be the third Spider-Man movie, right? But what has Spider-Man really done?
He's gone this. Oh man, I don't know, man.
He's just kind of been there. Like everything has kind of happened to him, but like Far From Home, like a bunch of stuff happens, but it didn't really progress Spider-Man that much. I mean, Tom Holland, it doesn't feel. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Like I'm more than happy to be wrong about this. But when I watch those films, I don't see a ton of progression for Spider-Man.
No.
Through all of this, Tom Holland's Spider-Man is just kind of every once in a while he gets a little blip, but for the most part, he's just kind of this way or like a slight rise in experience. And most of the experience thing is him just getting a new suit.
Yeah.
With new things to use, I don't know.
Right. Fair enough.
That's the thing. It's like I said, we don't dislike Tom Holland. He has a lot of potential. He's very enjoyable to watch. But it's just the thing. He just has not progressed as a character like Toby and Andrew have. I was going to be fair. They haven't really went through any. He hasn't really went through any trials and tribulations that much. He hasn't really suffered heartbreak or none of that. Like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. We just needed more. We just need more from him. And just like I said, Tom Holland has a lot of longevity as the character.
Longevity.
So, yes,
longevity.
So to resort him being a cameo role in movies, like, I don't think people would like that very much.
I don't know, man.
No, Anthony. No, I don't hate Tom Holland as an actor. I mean, I haven't really seen him in many things.
Okay. Do you want a good like laundry list of stuff that he's pretty good in? Because I got a couple actually.
Yeah. Tell me what he's
All
really.
right.
I mean, he hasn't really done many movies at this point.
Oh,
yet,
he's done a pretty good amount of stuff. Have you checked out because actually his early career he did Billy Elliot. Have you seen that one, Billy Elliot? The film 2002. There he did that.
Well, hold on. 2002. How old was the kid?
The kid was like around like 7 or 8. But look, he's been acting his entire life, dude. Like he's been through like a lot of stuff. So like he did this great movie called The Impossibles in 2012. That was a fantastic movie. Stars Ian McGregor and stuff like that. Devil All the Time in 2020. Onward, which is a great Pixar film as well. And I would kind of also The Lost City of Z with Robert Pattinson and Tom Holland. That was fantastic as well. And also I actually liked him in Cherry. Like that was actually the Russo brother film, like after Endgame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that movie is kind of a disaster, but like Tom Holland kind of saves it throughout that. But you know, that's just me. But yeah, there's a couple of stuff there that you could kind of see. And there's just a lot of good voice work there. But yeah, he's I don't know. It's just you'll see there. But I can confirm that he's going to be part of the Young Avengers, and I think that's like a nice spot for him to be. I know probably like lead the Avengers, the Young Avengers for that. Scene there. I know William's like probably like burning the sea right now, like, oh God, but that's just hey, come at me, William. Come at me.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, so looking here, different top. He was in Billy Elliot. Oh well, he was in. Hold on.
He was also in Little Monsters as well.
Hold on a second here.
Monster Call. Sorry, not that one.
No, hold on. Was he okay? Was he in The Edge of Winter?
Where are you?
Hold on. I'm going to his IMDb right now because I was on this other thing. So let me go down this list and see if there's anything that I can say that I'm really like not. Okay, so he's got an Uncharted coming out. Obviously, Spider-Man: No Way Home. He was in Cherry, Chaos Walking. I don't know terrible. What that. I haven't seen that. The Devil All the Time.
That was good.
Onward, Magic Gems. That was a short. And then Onward. He was in Doolittle as a voice. Spies in Disguise.
Okay.
I don't know what that was. 2019.
That was a Blue-Eyed Search. That was a Blue Sky.
With Will Smith as the spy.
Okay. Yeah.
It was okay.
Spider-Man: Far From Home. Science Fair.
Masterpiece.
That was a short. Yeah. Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War, The Current War, director's cut.
That was just okay.
Okay. See a lot of shorts that he did for Spider-Man, like Peter Parker Takes His Driving Test, and stuff like that. Spider-Man: Homecoming, obviously. Spider-Man Pilgrimage.
Yep.
I don't know what that one is. Lost City of Z. Edge of Winter.
Yep.
Captain America. In the Heart of the Sea in 2015.
That was a Ron Howard film. It was not that good.
Okay, he was in the TV miniseries Wolf Hall.
Yeah. Actually, I haven't seen the one. But there's this other one he was in, like in 2013 called Doc. It starred Tom Hardy. That was actually pretty good.
He was in Billy Elliot in 2014, but he's uncredited. Let me check that. Who was he in Billy Elliot?
I don't know. I'm maybe. What? I don't know. One second. I swear to God, I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure he was in the movie, but I'm not. I don't know. It was probably like a stage performance. I don't know.
Yeah, because they've got him in the movie. They say that he's in the movie, but that he's uncredited in the movie.
Okay, well,
So
that's strange.
Yeah, that's strange. He's and I just went to the Billy Elliot page on IMDb, and they don't have him listed in the cast, but in his credits. Actually, I mean, I can show you guys all. I'm looking this up, but I can show it to you as
Is this credit all my scoops?
No, somebody was asking the question in the chat, and so he was in How I Live Now as Isaac.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says Billy Elliot. He was former Billy.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? I haven't seen Billy Elliot, so he was former Billy. Encore uncredited here, and then How I Live Now in 2013. He was in Locke.
That was really good.
Moments. That's a short. The Impossible.
That was fantastic. That one's probably his best movie by far.
He was in The Secret World of Arrietty.
I don't know what
UK version. I don't know what that is.
That's a Studio Ghibli movie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's it. Yeah, he does. Well, okay. Hold on. Personal details. Other works. He plays Billy in Billy Elliot the musical.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like. I guess he's in the movie uncredited, but he's in the he played Billy in Billy Elliot the musical, not the movie.
Like Anthony Ramos and In the Heights,
Yeah. I don't see though. Hold on. I don't see anything past 2010 though that he's been in.
Yeah, but trust me, like he's been in a lot of good stuff. There's been some bad stuff here and there. But
what was the one that you said from 2002?
Oh, I was like, that was the Billy Elliot one. I thought it was 2002, but it was like 2000. That was like the wrong one there. I was kind of like freaking out there. But
okay, because I was going to say that would have been quite a while ago. I don't know. That's been like 20 years ago.
His best performance, I would say, would be in Cherry. Like again, it's probably one of his weaker movies, but dude, the performance he brings in that movie is pure dread. And again, it's directed by the Russo brothers, and it's so far from what they're known for, and it's very it's kind of like a whiplash effect because the movie's super dour, but there you go. Yeah.
Am I excited for off-topic question? Am I excited for Dexter coming back this Sunday? Tiffany is. Tiffany watched Dexter. I never watched Dexter. Tiffany was really into Dexter, so she's excited about Dexter coming back.
Hey, Enosh, you want to know a little fun fact?
What's that?
You know the guy that run Dexter at the end of the last couple of seasons? You know what he went on to do?
What did you?
Iron Fist and Inhumans.
Oh,
there you go. Scott Buck.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
Well, sometimes you need a little nudge to kind of know, hey, maybe I should stop, making shows and stuff like that. But yeah, it was kind of terrible. But anyway.
Yeah, but hey, look, yeah, I don't have a problem with Tom Holland as an actor. I don't think he's a bad actor. So to answer that question, that was the original question. I don't have a problem with him as an actor. I just feel like his Spider-Man, I feel like his Spider-Man could be really great. I just don't know that he hasn't been through enough challenge. It's like a lot of stuff has happened to him. Okay, so I know that it's on the surface. It sounds like, what are you talking about, Enosh? My God, he's he's been through all this stuff. He's in Avengers. He's lost all this stuff. But I mean, him on a personal level before he did that, to me, for example, see Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, or even the first two, the two movies that Garfield did, right? I can see that Spider-Man, he's gone through all this personal stuff. He's dealt with this personal stuff with Uncle Ben and with family and with the villains that come after him. And then he goes and becomes part of a bigger thing, right? And becomes part of Avengers or whatever. They've kind of done it in reverse when it comes to Tom Holland Spider-Man. They thrust him out into the middle of this craziness. And I don't know that he's had a lot personally happen to him. So
I don't know that he's a Gary Stu, because I don't think that think that he's perfect. He's not a Gary Stu. Yeah, he's not a Gary Stu.
He's too incompetent for that.
Yeah. The character is smart. I don't have a problem with the character. The character's made mistakes, right? The character is messed up. The character's messed up big time. That's why Tony took the suit away from him for a time, right? Because the character everything doesn't just come easily and perfect for him. So I wouldn't say that. I would just say, like, when I say he hasn't been like challenged and had a lot of personal stuff happen to him, it's not that he hasn't had stuff happen to him. Okay. It's just that in the typical Spider-Man sense, he hasn't dealt with any of like many of his rogues gallery. He's dealt with a couple, but it's going to be interesting. Like I said, the jury's out on this. I'm not putting a verdict on this, because I really want this Spider-Man movie to be good. I really want to be able to walk out of this movie going, hey, that was fantastic. They pulled off this multiverse thing. They pulled off the Spider-Verse thing. Dude, to get to see Toby again, to get to see Andrew Garfield again, to get to see Willem Dafoe again. I mean, I do a story about Willem Dafoe and H. Barts doesn't show up. Where are you, H. Bart? I know he hasn't been feeling well, so our hearts go out to him.
Anyway, before you say that, I just want to say, H. Barts, if you're listening, I'm really sorry you got coronavirus. I hope you're doing well. You know, I haven't met you. I wish you good luck, man, on what you're going through, man. I hope it turns out okay, bud.
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody like lost somebody from COVID-19. I understand the pain, buddy.
Yeah. So like, that's what I want to walk out of this movie and go, that was fantastic. That was awesome. And like I said, I do trust him. I trust Feige that, he's got some kind of plan, and hopefully he knows what he's doing. It's going to be interesting to see, though, like we've all kind of talked about, like, where Spider-Man goes after this movie. Does he just become a sideline character? Does he just become a supporting character to other things? Or do they continue with another trilogy where he's in college and he's experiencing new things and new adventures? And do they start to bring some of his other rogue gallery into it? Because Spider-Man has a great rogues gallery.
Yes, he does.
I mean, a fantastic rogues gallery. And I'm not saying that they can't bring in other rogues into it. It's just that, like, his main ones, it seems like they're shooting their wad with this movie by bringing in, like, all these older versions of his main ones, the Doc Ocks and the Green Goblins and the, Electros and stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, yeah, you can get further down. I mean, I was grateful that they did Mysterio, but then they did Mysterio kind of weird too, right? Where, like, it wasn't really like Mysterio, like it was, this cameras and
it had the basic
lights
elements of Mysterio, though. It was like more of a modern take of it, and I thought actually that was probably one of the stronger villains of the two. They're actually kind of like Jake Gyllenhaal's like thing, because, like, think about Jake Gyllenhaal. It's so nice is that he's one of those people, like, when you talk to them, like, even when he's like being genuine, you kind of feel like he's kind of lying to you. Like, he's like, he could be like saying with a straight face, and it's like, yeah, this guy's fucking, like, not telling me something here, and I'm kind of like, yeah, sure, Jake. Yeah, sure, Jake. I kind of believe you,
Yeah, Big Dub Reactions, you're right. They still have Chameleon, Vulture, Kraven, the Hunter, Scorpion, Kingpin, Morbius, Hydra Man, Namor, Hobgoblin. Yeah. I mean, they're all there. I just, I don't know, man.
Can I confirm one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
Venom is not in No Way Home. That's a separate thing that's going to be happening alongside it. He's not going to be there. He may be in a post-credit scene, but, like, he's not going to be in No Way Home. The movie's too big for that, and neither is Rhino. Rhino's not in the movie either.
I thought that Feige confirmed that Venom was in No Way Home.
Nope. It's going to be a separate one. That's going to be for something else. Just saying.
Interesting enough.
I love how you guys, like, I love how I dropped all this, like, cool Doctor Strange stuff, and here we are talking about Spider-Man. Like, geez, no up for the Doctor, man.
Doctor Strange, I don't know, man. Like, Doctor Strange, I was never a big fan of Doctor Strange.
Yep.
And so I liked the first movie. It actually got me interested in Doctor Strange. you know, so I'm kind of just like kind of on the outside of that because I really don't know a lot about Doctor Strange and like I never read that character. I never, you know, really watched much about that character, you know, in any form or anything like that. So basically, what I know about him, I've learned just in the last couple of years, you know.
All
So it's like, yeah, that I mean, to me, that's cool, but it's like, okay, I'll wait and see. You know what I mean? Like when it happens, you know, it happens. Like I think that his movie is obviously going to change a lot.
Oh yeah.
You know, in this universe, and I understand his role. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand his role and what they're doing with him. Obviously now,
Yeah.
you know, and I think it's going to be interesting to see introduce this other version of him. You know, I thought that was actually interesting, and it was one of my favorite things about What If. You know, so we shall see.
Yeah, and again, American Chavez is like the main MacGuffin of the whole movie. Do you know who she is? She's like this, you know, she's this new character that came around in the 2010s. She's
Okay.
she's really she's gonna be really good in the movie. You know, it's again, you know, it's sort of like it's sort of Portals the movie, but like it's gonna be like more crazy and stuff like that. There's gonna be a ton of fun stuff there, and it's gonna be all wrapped in Sam Raimi goodness. So if you like Sam Raimi and you like Doctor Strange, then Multiverse Route is gonna be for you, man. So yeah.
Cool.
So anyway, I think
Well, you guys heard it here first. You guys heard it here first. So we're looking forward to it. Well, hey guys, that's all I got for tonight. So I hope you all start off your week well with your Monday coming up, and happy Halloween to everyone. Hope that you guys had a safe one and we're good. Thank you to the Kino Cinephile for making his debut here on the lounge, and glad to have him tonight, and glad to hear some of these interesting scoops, and we'll see where they go. And by the way, man, don't take it as me being off-putting about scoops. Like literally, I've had friends. I've got friends who like have done the scoop game and everything, and I've just always told everybody like I like sitting and listening to it, but like unless I know something, I don't get too emotional about scoops. Just because I have famously had people who I've been friends with in the last year who claimed a lot of scoops and then turned out to be whatever. And I've had people literally approach me and like they're like, "Hey, I've got scoops." Like you know, like I'm a scooper, you know, and people that I know who are in the scoop game, like some well-known ones, and want to come on and stuff. And I'm like, "Hey, you know, you can come on, you know, like, you know, but people have wanted me to attach my name to stuff before.
Oh, it's
and I know you're not I want you to guys all know, like, he didn't ask me to do any of that. Like, that's not it. I just don't want you to think that like, I'm just like, whatever. Because that's not what I'm trying to do. It's just that like, I've seen plenty of people like they do that and then stuff doesn't happen. And then, oh my gosh, like if something doesn't happen, they just get, you know. And so like to me, I think it's cool to hear stories like before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. I had a lot of friends who were into scoops and stuff like that who were telling me stuff and everything, and some of it was true, some of it wasn't, you know. And so that's what I like to hear those stories. I like to hear them and then go, okay, like, and then once they come out, like, hey, that was right on the ball, or, you know, that wasn't, or whatever. But, you know, I just want you to know that like, I'm not trying, like, because, you know, I know a couple of times you were like, hey, you're not that excited about this or that. Like, it's not that, man. It's just that I'm, you know, I always take all the scoops that I hear, or like the rumors that I hear or whatever, like always with a grain of salt, and just like to talk about them, you know. So
Oh yeah, dude, no worries. I was just goofing on you there because like again, I understand there, and I know your history there, and I totally get it there. But dude, thank you for having me on, man.
Absolutely, man.
So I look forward to being on a couple more times in the future, and
Absolutely.
I hope to headbutt with William one day. That would be so fun.
There you go. I'd love to hear that.
Cool.
Tell them where they can find you, sir.
You can find me on the non-Kino Cinephile Twitter, and you can you know. I have a podcast. I got a short film coming out in a couple weeks. It's called Doodle. It's probably one of my most ambitious short films to date. I've been doing this for around 2 years, and yeah,
nice.
I'm a busy guy. You can DM me if you want to have podcast appearances. I'm actually going to be having a very famous scooper, if I can get him on the show potentially. If it doesn't show up, then I'm a little kind of stupid here. But hey, you know, wish you got me on camera looking stupid. So you know,
there you go.
Maybe somebody could clip this in there. And yeah, DL, it was really nice talking to you. You know, you probably didn't buy any of my bullshit, but hey, you know, it's cool. It's
Hey,
cool.
man, like I said, it's interesting to hear it, but as Enoch said, like there's scoops and theories that people be talking about. Half of them are true, half of them are not. So at this point, I'm like, I believe it when I see it.
Yep. Oh, and can I drop one more thing?
Sure.
There is truth that Shang-Chi spinoff will be announced on D-Day. So just a little heads up there. But
okay,
there's that.
And what was your Twitter again? It's just the
Kino
non-Kino
Cinephile.
Cinephile. So there you go, Kate. There you go, Caden. And by the way, RJ did message me and told me to tell you that he wasn't trying to ignore you or whatever. That,
Finally, Jesus. You could have just.
He said, can somebody let him know that I can't find his DMs? He's been trying to get in contact with me, and I've never been able to find them.
What?
So maybe it's the name because you had the Gallant. He said Gallant Productions here, so maybe maybe the non-Kino Cinephile thing is throwing him off a little bit. So there you go. Also, DL, tell the people, good fine people, where they can find you, sir.
Y'all can find me on YouTube at I am DL. I'm sorry, I'm
totally sleeping.
Yeah, man, I'm really.
I'm tired too, man. I'm tired too.
But yeah, y'all can find me on YouTube at I am DL, and I talk about movies, shows, everything nerdy geek culture. So if you guys want to hear my takes on things, go ahead and check out my channel.
DL's got a bunch of great takes on stuff, man. We have all kinds here at the lounge. We bring in everybody from all different kinds of takes, and like everybody's got a different take on stuff, and I think that's good. I think that's good to have a good discourse with different people, because it's not an echo chamber, right? It's not an echo chamber. It's about learning from each other, and you know what? And somewhere in the middle, we come together, and that's why I started the channel, was just to bounce ideas off of people, and then at the end of the day, we still bump fists, and you know what? We have a good time, and then we come back and do it all again the next day. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys so much. Love you all. Always grateful for all of your support, whether you're just watching the channel or whether you support the channel in any other way. Congratulations to Rhea tonight on getting the long Halloween. So we'll be getting that out to you. And hey, thanks, guys. Remember, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter either. But seek to have good conversations and treat people with respect. And if you do that, there'll always be a place for you guys here in the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time, stay nerdy.